Hi there, good afternoon. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series where we are ready for a double session of darts. Both groups B and C will get underway today on this, the penultimate week of qualifying for Champions Week. This afternoon we focus on Group C, and here are the contenders. Gilbert van der Meijden showed sparks of brilliance in his Group A campaign despite finishing at the foot of the table. The same could be said of Japan's biggest dart star, Mikuru Suzuki. The two-time world champion enjoyed some big checkouts and some big wins, but she will require more consistency in Group C. Germany's Christopher Tunders narrowly missed out on a Group B place, winning more matches than he lost over the last 3 days. Justin Hood is a former weekly winner here at the MODUS Super Series. Happy Feet comes dancing into Group C today, and the bookies think he's a shoo-in for finals night. Welshman Chris Hurds is ready to illuminate the live lounge stage. Can he perform better than his previous Group C showing? And Rhys Colley made it all the way to the final in his previous appearance here. Can the Midlands man earn himself another title tilt? Yeah, and joining us for all the action today is a very warm welcome to England captain Scott Mitchell. Scott, it looks like a really decent group as well. Sometimes Group C can be kind of the weaker group of the three. This looks stronger than Group A. Yeah, that's definitely not the case this time. We've got some big hitters here, and then the likes of Mikuru have dropped into that group as well, and it's going to make it an exciting group to watch. Absolutely. Well, let's just remind you of all of the action this week in terms of where the players have been placed in the groups. Obviously, Chris Gilliland won that Group A, did go deep. A lot of players involved in the race for that title, but he's safely through to finals night. Tonight, Joe Mernon making his debut along with Harry Gregory. Ryan Harrington returns, and then the two Group A players, Haruki Muramatsu and Carl Sneed, made it through. But yeah, just casting our eye on that Group C. You would think, however, that a couple of players that are coming in Rhys Colley and Justin Hood will be the ones to beat. Yeah, absolutely, but you can't rule out Chris Hurd. He practices with Jim Williams. You've got Rhys Colley. He was my roommate with England last year, so I'm looking forward to him sort of having a good go. Justin Hurd again, another former England player, and then you add the two guys who really are inexperienced in Christopher and and Gilbert, and they'll come in and they've got the experience from this week, so they needed a fresh start. The way they were playing in the last 2 days, they need a fresh start. That's going to happen, and well, Suzuki, we know what she does. She's two-time champion, so I think this is a really, really tight group. Well, let's see how the bookies see it. As we just said, those two, Justin Hood, Rhys Colley, are favourites, but they've gone for Gilbert van der Meijden, priced shorter than Christopher Tunders, despite the fact that he got pretty much double the amount of wins that Gilbert got in that group. So that reset, they think, is really important and really possible that he can have a clean slate and do well. Yeah, Glenn Durrant and I felt exactly the same yesterday, that he needed a reset. He needed to play yesterday, Gilbert, the way that, and use it as a bit of a practice session for today. And if he does that and had his mindset right for that, he's back to zero. And if he starts playing and hitting those 180s like he started to finish the day yesterday, he will be okay when the group starts. But again, I feel he needs points on the board nice and early for him to be at that money. In a strange way, is it possible that for the likes of Gilbert and Mikuru Suzuki, that not being involved in that title race keeps them fresh, where the players that were, Christopher Tunders, for example, in this group, it might have taken a bit too much out of him? I think it did as well, because obviously he did 5 out of 5 on Tuesday, Christopher Tunders, and then he just sort of thought that was going to happen again the next day, but he was living a charmed life on Tuesday. You know, he was getting away with a bit, and yesterday he didn't. You know, the guys obviously were watching him thinking, he's not getting away with it again today, and he got turned over really early doors, because he really felt that he could have won the group, and he could have done. But I think that the pressure, and like you say, it built up on himself, started putting the bricks in the rucksack on the back and dragging himself all the way down, and yeah, it didn't quite go for him, but he knows that he has the talent to be at the top of the group. Yeah, and watch out for a few little glances and winks to camera for him as well, if you haven't been watching all week. That's what Scott thinks. We've seen what the bookies think. What do you at home think? Here is today's MODUS Super Series bet builder, put together in a handy treble, the most popular bets on the market, and Colley and Hood to have at least 3 180s in their match. That looks like a pretty safe bet the way that they've played before. Collie on the handicap, minus 1.5 to beat Suzuki. And then Toonders to get the win against Van der Meijden. So the punters are opposing you and the odds compilers on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the one for me there is probably the Toonders Van der Meijden one is the one that I feel could be the one that upsets the apple cart on that bet builder. But hey, it's darts, and as my dear old friend Wolfie says, it's just darts. Nobody knows what's going to happen.
All on the day. And this day is about to get underway. Reminder, if you are going to have a bet, it's 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly. And it's begambleaware.org for more information on safer gambling. But without further ado, we will get the action underway. And in the first match, a Welshman, the very colourful Welshman, Chris Hurd is in action. And he had a chat with Glenn Durrant.
Well, it's a good afternoon to Chris Hurd. Nice that you're back again. August, you were here last time. How did you assess when you were last in Group C, Chris?
Yeah, it was good. It's all new to me, so it was hard to know what to expect this time. So
you had success on that stage as well. You had the belt match against David Davis, so
yeah,
good thoughts as well.
Yeah, no, it was good. Yeah, it was a good one to win that. So it just shows you can do it.
Softly spoken and from Prestine. I think I know someone from that area by the name of Jim Williams.
Yeah, I know him a bit. Yeah, I practiced with him on a Tuesday night, and you know you've got to play well when you go there. So it's good for me. It's when you take a couple of legs off him, you know you're doing okay.
It's a fantastic Super League team you're in now with Damon Hetter and Jim as well. You must be enjoying playing with the likes of that quality.
Yeah. Well, you know you've got to play, otherwise you haven't got space in the team.
And speaking of quality, this Group C looks really tough. And you opened up the show with Gilbert Van der Meijden. Have you been watching this week?
I've seen bits of it. I've tried not to watch too close. But yeah, it's good for me to be in on first. I like first.
Well, it's Premier League day. You look like Peter Wright, so the very, very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we've heard from Herds, but now it's time to see if he can let his darts do the talking. He takes on Gilbert Van der Meijden in the opening match of 15 fixtures coming your way this afternoon. Will it be victory for the Peter Wright Tribute Act, or will the Dutchman get the job done in the opener? Talking you through every one of today's fixtures in commentary, it's back to Scott Mitchell, who's sitting alongside Glenn Durrant.
Good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon, everybody. And an intriguing, fascinating first game. I've really enjoyed watching this man in your picture, Gilbert Van der Meijden. Had lots of messages from friends and people who play within his team to say he was nowhere near his best in Group A, but he's getting used to the circumstances. He's not used to playing on that stage, and maybe this Group C campaign could just be for him a vitally important part, because for the majority of his experience...
First leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Have a quick look at Adi Mason, also on his debut as well, so good luck to Adi. But in relation to Gilbert, he's only ever seen himself at the bottom, Scott Mitchell, of the table in Group A. He has 55. An opportunity of starting first here and seeing himself, when he goes back to the players' area, sat at the top. That should surely make a difference.
Yeah,
81.
Glenn, I couldn't agree more. I sort of emphasised that fact there with Murph up and top of the show. It's something that he took 81. His time to get his first points, and once we saw points from him, we saw a different Gilbert Van der Meijden. So I'm hoping, as you are, that he gets a good start, and then I think he can really cause a lot of upsets in this group.
Yeah, been done a little bit of number crunching as well. Very softly spoken, Chris Hurd. Really enjoyed the interview with him, and incredibly, you just sort of sounded like Jim Williams as well. His practice partner lives in that same area, represented Montgomery and Radnor at county level with him, and openly admit he's not in the best of form. He's playing himself, or hoping to play himself into form 41. This week. He's been doing a little bit of number crunching over the Q school, and yeah, if he's going to get past players like Gilbert, I think he'll have to step up another notch.
Yeah, Q schools are very different.
82.
It's just so difficult. You've been there once, and it can affect you mentally before you even throw a dart. And I think sometimes for certain players it does. And
136.
Kind of underperformed
Gilbert
for me there.
98.
Well, he's actually started very nicely here, but Gilbert Van der Meijden has first at the double.
Shot in the first leg.
And already,
Gilbert Van der Meijden.
That's a marked improvement on his finishing prowess. And you just sense he knows the situation as well.
Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
He has all the credentials, all the fundamentals to be a real top player. Huge 180 scorer was the information we were getting prior to a dart being thrown. And Chris Hurds might just need to hang on. He's been broken already, is Chris.
68.
I'd be disappointed he didn't stay straight there because he had a lovely first start, and when you fancy following with the one of the
24.
second two, and he didn't at all. So,
And I could close my eyes and not look at the dartboard and just focus on when Gilbert throws a good dart.
121.
He has this extremely fluent follow through in all three of them darts. You can just see, despite the fact going the treble 20, they aren't comfortable darts right now, Scott. They're jittery.
No, they're not. You're absolutely right. And we saw a little bit of that over the last couple of days, haven't we? It creeps in. And Chris Hurds is not going to go away here. He's just got
100.
that style, that pace, that speed. You're not going to speed him up. You're not going to slow him down. He's going to do his own thing. And this is, again, a great learning curve for Gilbert.
99.
Well, this man in your picture, if you'd ordered Peter Wright off Wish, this is who you'd get, is Chris Hurds. But he has been in Group C before. He has had wins over Jamie Kellin, who I'm a big fan of, and Lee Budgeon, a great player. It
170.
was a tough group, but he has lost his last 6 on the spin at the MODUS Super Series. I wonder if that's on his mind, or unless it's just a total and utter clean slate for him.
I always think in something like that, new day, new luck, but like his darts here, it's
55.
very...
Gilbert
We're
requires
seeing lots
74.
of smooth darts out there these days. It never used to be a thing.
This used to be Terry Jenkins, didn't it? But it's Gilbert at tops for a 2-0 lead. This is a rapid match.
34.
For a second there,
Chris
Scott, with that
requires
first camera angle, I thought that was in, but a
125.
beautiful start. Hurds needs something special. This could be it.
They're not exactly narrow darts to get past, but he did think he could blast his
92.
way through there, but
Gilbert
not to be this
requires
time for Chris
40.
Hurds.
Very Peter Wright-esque, dare I say. Double 10's been kind to a lot of the players this week.
No score. Chris requires 33.
Took the beans off the throw there to try and slide inside that 10, and he took too many off.
17.
Yeah, it's bizarre to say, but I'd fear for Gilbert if he loses this game, but have high expectation if
Gilbert
he wins the game.
requires 40.
And it's just one of 10 matches for them.
Game shot
He
in the
leads
second
2-0.
leg. Gilbert van der Meijden.
The information I had on Chris Hurds, like I said, Scott Mitchell
Third
is
leg is
surrounded
Chris
by
to throw first.
statistics, and
Game on.
there's websites out there which you can look and you can see he's not the form that he come in where he beat David Davies for his belt match
85.
last time on that stage. He's searching for form, but that's what the MODUS Super Series can do. He's fresh today, where Gilbert's, yes, he's a young lad, but 4 days of playing quite rigorous
100.
darts, it can take a bit out on the body.
Yeah, and I think Hurds is one of those players that could actually play his way in here. You know, I think he's quite mentally strong,
121.
and where some of the younger lads, if it doesn't go right early doors, then it's a really long day for them. But somebody like Chris Hurds, that won't
100.
happen to him because he's mentally stronger than that.
Well, I really like them side-on views, and already I've got a thought on both of them, which we'll chat when we see the side-on views maybe in the next leg. But
100.
beautiful to see Gilbert. Like I said, when you sit in this seat and you're seeing someone just getting beaten match after match, you know there's so much more in the locker.
99.
And it would be great for him to start with a win here. Just the fact that when he goes back, he can stick the chest out and saying, I'm top of the table.
99.
Remember, it's just 2 qualified for Saturday night from 6, so it's a tough ask in Group C.
Yeah, it is. It's very cutthroat.
80.
Ironically, the 2 times I
Chris
made the
requires
the
96.
Saturday finals night was through Group C. Leg
think it-
difference both times.
Yeah. I think it's the toughest one to qualify from, Scott, especially if you've come through
56.
that Group A as well,
Gilbert
because
requires 122.
you do feel it on the body. Well, he's going to get at least a dart, the bull, you feel. No, he's not. He's missed too many big numbers, and I was just a little bit quick there because
58.
he has been susceptible
Chris
to
requires 40.
basic errors.
Game shot on the
Nicely
third
closed
leg.
out there by Chris
Chris
Hurds. This is
Hurds.
exactly what I was saying about his mental strength. He He's at 2-0 down. His opponent
Fourth leg,
made a little
Gilbert to
mess
throw
up there,
first.
and he gone and
Game on.
capitalised straight on that. So we all know how that feels, Glenn, don't we? When you've been stood there as a player, you know when you've made a little bit of a mess.
180.
Here's a 180 machine. Like I said, his darts are not as smooth as
96.
what I've seen him this week, but very, very effective right now.
Yeah, I have that down as 180, number 15 for me
51.
this week for Van der Meijden. I'm not 100% sure whether that's right or not. Yeah, I think it is. So, yeah, and his friends are saying that he isn't hitting the 180s that he does, and he's hit
85.
15.
Like I say, he just has a real determination in his demeanour and maybe just needs to... I think a win
60.
would be great because this flinging of the arm afterwards for the follow-through is the sign that he's thinking about. He knows a big win here and
96.
he gets his campaign at the MODUS Super Series underway.
100.
That's a really bulbous barrel, isn't it? So he's going to cover target areas.
100. Gilbert
He had to
requires
stay there, didn't he?
110.
Because of it would have left 164 if he'd hit a 20. Nice last start from him.
Game
what a
shot in the
finish that
fourth
is.
leg. Gilbert Van der Meijden.
110 for Van der Meijden.
He had a sublime 148, didn't he, yesterday, Scott, under
Fifth leg. Chris
really
to throw
high-pressured
first.
situation.
Game on.
And that one, look at that. That's what I'm liking about him now. It's just that internal motivation. Not things we were seeing all the time. Just going through the motions in
121.
Group A. This is a different version of this man, and I like it.
That's
his second of the match.
180.
Averaging over 90s, ticking all the boxes here, Scott.
Ticking the boxes and doing the numbers. Yes, he is. Down is only having.
137.
It's only his third 100-plus shutout of the week at 110, but he's definitely kicking on with it, taking the confidence that comes with that.
59.
And to be fair, we have sat all week and said Group C could be where we'll see the best from him. It does take time. Some people get on that stage and it's a smooth transition. Having now finally played on there, you
79.
sometimes just need a couple. It's the best throw at the moment for amateur players anywhere. Well, the circumstances are perfect up there, and
44.
he's delivering.
Chris requires 100.
It's not the easiest thing to qualify for either. You've got to play your way here.
60.
Same as the old adage, you know, when we were qualifying for Lakeside, you had to qualify. Nobody put us up there. It's opportunities that you have to
100.
take.
Chris requires
Yep, $5,000 to the winner
104.
on Saturday night, remember. That's why you can feel the intensity between these two right now. Herds, this first game of the week. 82 left, so bullseye or treble 14 should be the shot.
41.
Chose the
Gilbert
bullseye
requires
route.
118.
Has he got Herd's number? Treble 20 for double 19. He's been here before.
80. Chris requires 63.
Oh, is he 18 now for 32? He wasn't close on this earlier.
47.
Better attempt this time, but
Gilbert requires 38.
still no hit.
Will he go direct or will he split? Looks like he's going straight for it. Double 8.
30. Chris requires 16.
I think he thought that was in. But Herd's coming back to double
Game
8.
shot on the fifth leg.
Takes it out
Chris
nicely.
Herds.
Well, if you have been with us all week, you do realise it's Group A was a very tight group. So many games
Sixth
went the
leg.
distance,
Gilbert to throw
4-3.
first. Game on.
Is Group C going to be the same? This has been an enjoyable game. Only just gone over the 10-minute mark in this match and already 5 legs thrown.
85.
Yeah, Hertz is doing exactly what we said on the tin. He will not go away.
100.
See, that's what I like about a smooth dart. You can hit it into one another. You know the point's not going to catch on anything and do sort of anything
57.
horrible in the deflection wise for you. It's
I think you called it like an F1 car, say putting the slicks on.
absolutely. An F1 driver says a slick gets more grip
140.
than a groove tyre, which is technically true. So does a dart get more grip on the fingers because there's more surface contact if it's smooth
137.
than if it's gripped? Answers on a postcard, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is a really enjoyable contest.
121.
A real tungsten battle. The real importance of this opening game, just to make a statement to yourself and the other players.
105.
But I have the
Chris
feeling that
requires
even both players when they leave the
140.
stage, will think, actually, my game's in decent shape. Tremendous.
100. Gilbert requires 117.
For the match, he's going to get a dart for the match. It's double top. An
Game,
energetic
shot,
performance from
and the
Gilbert van der
match.
Meeren.
Gilbert van der
That was a super
Meeren.
game. I don't think Chris Hurds would be too disappointed there, but that was professional from the man from Holland. Just look at the little fist pumps there. Remember, he's been at the bottom of the table in Group A, and all of a sudden, that early win, we had a feeling we'd see the best of him. Great numbers there, and a sound foundation on a world to build. Next up, it's Reese Colley against Mikuru Suzuki.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the second game of the day is about to get underway, and it features the two-time Women's World Champion Mikuru Suzuki across from Japan to participate in this tournament once again. Won 4 matches in Group A this week. She takes on Reese Colley, the man from the Midlands and part of the England national team. And last time he was here, he made it all the way through to the Saturday night final. Can he start his bid to return to finals night? Let's find out in the company of Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. There's young Reese Colley, age 24. Hometown is Dudley. He's taking on a 2-time champ in the form of Mikuru Suzuki. She needs no introduction, does the miracle. I have to say, Reece Colley was my roommate last year at the WDF World Cup for England, and what a roommate he was. Top lad.
First leg, Reece to throw first. Game on.
There was a I could say there was a towel shortage in the hotel, and he was more or less drying himself off with a hand towel every day, and he wouldn't go and ask for another towel. He just this'll be all right, our boy. I'll hang it up here and it'll be dry by the morning.
I thought it was from Dudley, not New Delhi.
Why do you keep saying India every time?
I can't think of another country. My geography's terrible.
Couldn't you say Greek or something?
Yeah, he's not from Abu Dhabi. Cracking start. Beautiful start. The rhythm of them 3 darts. I did fear for Reece Colley about a year ago, Scott. I commentated on him and I thought his game was... I thought his game was not in a great state, and I just felt that the weight and
60.
expectation of him representing England in the World Cup was maybe just a little bit too much for him. But as you will hopefully chat a little bit more about, I think he's done more good than bad, and then he's sort of kicked on. He's had some good stuff at Q School, quarter-final of a Challenge Tour, losing to Richie Burnett. So things are looking good for Reece Colley. He could open up with an 11-darter here.
180. Reece
Yeah, no,
requires 56.
He is just a top lad. We'll just watch him. And this is
Games
what he
on the
does.
first
This is what he
leg.
does. He
Reece
fits and
Colley.
starts, and what a lovely start to the day. 11-dart leg. And this is what he
Second
does.
leg,
This is why he was
McCreary to throw
included. It
first.
was...
Game on.
I was the same as you. I thought it was too much for the young man to be going to a World Cup, and I've got to say, he just lapped it up. You know, there were times where he was nervous. We've both been there, and
45.
to be in that room for the first time, to see all those players, and it's not the easiest. And we were England. We got a target on our back, but he loved having that
81.
target on his back.
And it'd be unfair of me not to just stop you there, Scott, because just many congratulations again on being captain for your country. I know how much it means to you as well. And, you know, your role is not only just as a player,
100.
Scott, but when you've got a 24-year-old roommate as well, you could have, you know, real mentorship again with someone like Reece. So many
85.
congratulations.
Yeah, I was telling people beforehand, I'm not sure how much longer I've got for England, but when they actually get on the phone and they say, you know, we'd like you to be the captain as well, it's
95.
you know, you're a brave man to say no, and I didn't want to say no. There was no point in time that I wanted to say no. So yeah, I feel truly honoured, and we go through the process again, and I look forward to trying to motivate the team onto big things like we have in the past.
I know you will as well. And something that you mentioned yesterday as well, Scott, which I think was
100.
hit the nail on the head, is that when someone is playing well like Reece Colley is, it just ups the game for Mikuru Suzuki as well. And this has been an outstanding
93.
start by Reece, but
Mikuru
Makuru's averaging
requires
round about 90, which would be
161.
her highest average of the week so far.
$81. Reece requires 102.
Yeah, important moments here. This would be a breaker throw. Can't hit the treble 14, so Mikuru will be back.
54.
If she's
Mikuru
had a problem
requires
this week, it's
80.
been when she's had 3 darts in a hand for a double. It's 2 this time.
I think we saw the look on her face of what she thought of that.
75. Reece requires 48.
It's been a really enjoyable start. First game I thought was played in great spirit, great pace. But it's Reece
Games
Colley who's
on
the
the
standout
second
performer
leg.
so far.
Reece Colley.
This is a beautiful start.
It is indeed. 29 darts.
Third leg. Reece
for
to
2
throw
legs.
first. Game on.
It's telly darts, Glenn. That's what it is. It's telly darts.
His rhythm's great. He looks very confident.
61.
Like I said, we've got 2 huge TV screens in front of us, and you know, I did see him where he had that fear when he was throwing the dart, and I must admit, I watched his
60.
final, which Chris Murphy was alluding to at the beginning of this game, where he reached the final, but it was his semi-final when he played Robert Thornton as well, and you know, he brought
45.
a good contingent of people with him, and I think they were a fantastic support for him. But it was also his Achilles heel at the end as well, maybe just getting a little bit too much pressure on him, but it was just great to see him get to the final.
29.
All I'd say is that I think Reece Colley's middle name should be Pressure. The more you stick him under, usually the more he likes it. He's one of those players. The games that should come easy, and he can be a bit ditzy daydream, and he lets them go. And that's not being horrible to him. It's just of what I've seen of the
60.
bit that I know of him. But off the board, he's just an absolute class lad, and
Just become a father as well.
Yeah, he has just become a father as well.
58.
Like all of us, just after you become a father, you just well put your passport in the drawer for 5 years because you don't go anywhere, do you? Because it's not easy to afford to do it.
It was 10 for me.
59.
Age 19 to 29, never picked up a dart. It's really good to see. It's what we want. Young players like just the rhythm,
78.
the confidence. But I think it's also bringing something from Makuru as well. She'll have to find something very much like the scenario for Gilbert where she's been bottom of the table all week.
121.
And I guess she doesn't want her opponent to be averaging close to 100. Just has dipped just over the 90 mark now. This has been his worst leg.
45.
And Makuru has to jump all over this.
We noticed the change of dart for Makuru, didn't we, yesterday?
60.
She's actually gone, these are her old darts she's gone back to. She was trying a new one at the start of the week.
54. Makuru requires 112.
This is the type of finish players like. There is the option of treble 18 there, but she does have this knack of being able to just lob the dart over a covered
52.
treble 20. But a chance for Colley for
60.
a super quick 3-0 lead.
Game on the
And
third
no
leg.
problem at all
Reece
there for Reece Colley. Done the damage in the early two legs, hasn't he? Put his
Fourth
stall,
leg,
set his
Makuru
stall
to
out,
throw
and then
first. Game
now
on.
just going through and playing his opposition, I believe, to try and make sure he gets legs after that.
Yeah, because my next question to you, Scott, was fatigue over
45.
fresh. I mean, Gilbert looked pretty fresh there, but when you've had that Group A campaign and you've lost the majority of games, hence the reason you're in Group C, or do you want to be that
66.
player who hasn't played on that stage this week, but is super, super fresh? I don't see any fatigue in Gilbert, and actually Makuru's playing okay concentration levels. I think she just walked into someone playing very, very nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know whether it's for fatigue. It's definitely more freshness, and of course, you've got no
85.
demons up there this week, have you? If you come in fresh and you haven't played for the week, whereas there's been a bit of heartbreak up there for Suzuki for a few of the games this week, and
60.
that can still be on your mind when you go straight into the fourth day.
$97.
Yeah, one word we haven't used about the attributes of being a darts thrown, which Reece has got it. His rhythm, his pace of the throw, it just looks so right from right now. There's not an awful lot of doubt.
100.
I like his pre-throw routine. He holds his dart, and then it's that rat-a-tat-tat. And like many of these players, when the first one goes, you can see the little bit of disappointment there. He expected the second one to follow.
137.
Good times for Reece Colley.
Makuru requires 156.
Yeah, very much so. And Makuru needs a treble here.
24.
She's got a treble one,
Reece
but not the one she was after. So Reece
116.
Colley 116. Shoot off to the treble 18s now, and a lovely, lovely hit. So
92. Makuru
Makuru,
requires
this has to go.
132. $92.
Well, it's a lovely setup there
Reece
from
requires
Makuru.
24.
But for a 4-0 start to his Group C campaign.
No score. Makuru requires
and that's
40.
the frustrating part of Reece Colley's game.
Game show on the fourth
And now he's got to
leg.
do all the hard work
Mikuru
again because
Suzuki.
Mikuru will do that all day long to you. So I remember an old guy used to tell me,
Fifth leg.
easiest thing to
Reese
do is
throw
hit a double
first.
after somebody's missed.
Game on.
And when you think about it, it kind of is, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's funny, Scott, not just because you're sat next to me right now.
140.
But if I was Reese Colley, I would go back to an interview, and I know I've mentioned this before when you've been sat next to me. For Reese Colley, he's missed them darts at a double, but you once said in an interview, next time I'm in that opportunity, I'll get it. And I think it was in the
140.
Lakeside final, like you said, the interview.
Yeah, I'd had a dart to win the Lakeside 7-5. And on that
20.
particular moment, I decided that I know what it feels like now to have a go to win it, rather than be negative.
Yeah, it was something that held me in good stead. I have to say there for Mikuru Suzuki.
60.
Poor Reese Colley had 2 trebles there. And I've just been wondering where Haruki Muramatsu might be. Is he watching? Is he behind the dartboard, knocking his trebles out?
140.
One of those magnets on a string from the balcony, maybe, just dragging them out.
60.
We found you, Haruki, but I think the most infamous one was the Gary Anderson, where all 3 of them bounced out in the world final against Phil Taylor. But
118.
superb from Reese Colley, the way he's bounced back from that. The Reese Colley, who is not playing so well, might have let him bother him.
60. Reese requires 83.
That's treble 17 here. He doesn't have to go 16 ball. He'll head treble 10, I reckon. There we go, double 18.
47.
Right on the blade.
Been a fascinating start to the day.
85. Reese requires
Incredibly
36.
Came out the block so quickly. He had that little bit of a nightmare in the middle.
No score.
Is it going to be elongated a
Mikuru
little bit longer?
requires
Chance for Suzuki.
96.
Oh, she's got to go downstairs now. It's treble. Double 19. Not to be.
58.
So Colley
Reese requires
dodges the bullet.
36.
And no
Game,
collie wobbles
shot,
in the end for
and the
Reese. He
match,
gets
Reese
over that winning
Colley.
line. Much better performance there from Mikuru Suzuki. A big smile on the face. I think she'll think the game's in okay shape. She just walked into someone who came out pretty blistering at the beginning there. Okay, his average dipped in the end, but a delightful start for Reese Colley. He gets his first 2 points on the board. And the favourite for Group C's up next. It's Justin Hood against Christopher Toonders.
On to game 3 then here at the Live Lounge for the MODUS Super Series, and it is a return for Justin Hood, the man at the back of the stage. Happy feet. He also made it to finals night in the last week of the previous series, just as Reece Colley did. Fell at the semi-final stage on that occasion, but before that, Hood managed to win his week. That was in Series 3 in a semi-final lineup that included Jacob Taylor, the overall series runner-up, Leonard Gates and Berry Van Peer. It was this man who came out on top that night. What a talent. He takes on Christopher Toonders, who had a decent campaign in Group A and will be hoping to bounce back from the disappointment of a poor day yesterday by getting off to a winning start here. Guiding you through the action, it's back to Glenn and Scott.
Thank you, Murph. Yeah, interesting showdown this one. Toonders, who had a 5 out of 5 day on Tuesday and
just in to throw first.
Just kind of
game on.
Didn't get away with what he was getting away with yesterday in the last day of Group A. And Justin Hood, we know, is one season campaigner.
99.
He loves the MODUS Super Series. Loves making finals nights.
100.
Got a bit of class about him. Last 64 in the Players' Championship on the PDC in 2020. So he's got all the tools
58.
in the bag, hasn't he, Glenn?
Yeah, I'm surprised with his Q School result. I'm a big fan of Justin Hood. I was even more
80.
surprised at his performances in the Challenge Tour after it. He was one of my potential qualifiers for Q School. Like I said, I like his style. I think on a Saturday night, I really
58.
enjoy watching because I see a different side when he starts showing his emotion to his game as well. So, and when you talk about emotion, then we look at this man,
100.
Christopher Toonders, who I've been fascinated by him all week. I mean, on Tuesday, if you were with us, he went 5 out of 5 wins. But yesterday, I just think the whole
60.
moment got to him. And I was talking to some of the players, and he was going through all the scenarios from very, very early. So maybe if something he's learned is just to play one game at a time. And I can tell you, he was spraying the darts about so much yesterday that it's great to see him back in this treble 20 bed.
83.
Like you say, I think he's one of those that's an
41.
overthinker, and I think he'd have gone back and analysed what he did yesterday. He'd have been watching it all back
Game
on the
shot in the
repeat
first
from our
leg.
YouTube channel. And
Christopher Toonders.
a lot of the players will do that, but he's one that particularly yesterday would have gone, yeah, I've
Second
kind of
leg,
got that
Christopher
wrong
throw
mentally a little
first.
bit yesterday,
Game
and I must make sure that I'm back to sort of my Tuesday head, really. A little bit like the old Wurzel Gummidge. You have a different head for a different day.
180.
Well, I tell you, he's playing like Anne Sally at the moment because this is just night and day from yesterday. And what I've been
99.
interested in sort of just chatting with Scott about is the fact that you can win or lose games in that players' lounge. And I just think he was very negative. He was overthinking things. This
180.
is a different Christopher Toonders, and Christopher is on for a 9.
134. Christopher
So here we go
requires
then.
141.
We all know the route. Big deep breaths. In we go. Boo. I think he had a little wry smile to himself there. I love that.
49.
I love that. When you do, I'm going to ask you, when you do a 9 dart, are you thinking about that first dart?
I think the 7th dart's the most difficult of a 9 darter because all of a sudden you get the crowd involvement, your
58.
mindset just totally different as well.
Requires 92.
This is stupendous.
76.
It is indeed. And we mentioned earlier about, is it better to come in fresh? Or is it better to come
94.
in
Christopher requires 16.
with a bit of form? I've been playing here all week.
Game shot in
That
the
last
second
game we said
leg.
it probably wasn't, but this one you
Toonders.
can actually say yes. It probably is. Look at that, 103.66 for Toonders after
Third
3
leg,
legs.
Just in to throw first. Game on.
Happy Feet has not seen which way he's gone.
Well, I would love to get the thoughts of Christopher Toonders if he has a really good day today.
81.
Because if you were with us yesterday, I mean, the inconsistency. I mean, that first dart there wasn't even wild compared to
41.
some of the darts yesterday. We even saw a treble 12 But as I mentioned in that previous leg, a lot of the damage was done in the players area. He was saying to players, you need to win this. If I beat
41.
you, then I can come third. Just forgot the basics of the game of just get up there and play the player.
Well, yeah, just get up there and play the
44.
player or the board, do whatever it takes. A lot of players say, oh, yeah, I don't watch what the player's doing, I play the board. No, you have to play the player at some point. You can't just do that.
93.
And when I used to play county darts, I used to find out which player was the certain player I was playing, and I used to see it. It was only years
59.
later, I was thinking, what on earth did I do that for? Why did I look at draws? Who could I potentially play in the last 16? Over 5 games before that.
Yeah, absolutely. I would do that at county as well. Grab the program and read it.
140.
Oh, I've got the number 274 and I'm at number 282 and oh, he's higher than me. And I think a
43.
lot of county players do that and absolutely stop themselves.
So that's interesting, Scott, because I thought I was the only person in the county system would do that. As Hood looks at 146, he did that treble 19 to do that.
82.
No, I used to do that. Still do now and again. Just double check where they are.
100.
You don't like
Justin
being caught
requires
out.
64.
You don't want to be caught out by the not knowing. But here we go. Double 8 to get Justin Hood's first leg on the board, and
Game's on the third leg. Justin Hood.
he'll think that he's weathered the storm a little there now.
Fourth leg. Christopher to throw first. Game on. $22.
Yeah, I'm not going to... I guess the expected comment is about the inconsistency. But they are better darts than what he was throwing yesterday. Looks more composed.
134.
Looks more concentrated.
57.
Did all the hard work and then first couple of legs. But Justin Hood is the favourite for this Group C and the favourite for the week before a dart was thrown. And he's just showing his class right now, isn't he?
He is indeed, and like I say, I've always been a big fan of his, and
82.
he's just a likeable fella. He's just a lovely, likeable fella, Justin Hood, and we're going to find out about Toonders now because Happy Feet
140.
has found his mojo.
He's found his feet.
33.
2 darts away here
Justin requires
from a level
92.
game.
$52. $43. Justin requires
So
40.
Justin Hood for a 13 darter.
Game's on the
Takes it
fourth leg.
nicely.
Justin Hood.
He's definitely found his feet now in this match. It's 2-2. He's back on throw.
Fifth leg. Justin to throw first. Game on.
I'd like to say what a lovely, impressive, bushy beard he's got there. You just dye that beard grey, put a sailor's
58.
cap on him. Doesn't he look like Uncle Albert? Out of Only Fools and Horses.
I said enough about him in the Bullseye Challenge last time, so I'll be quiet.
85.
I was hoping he wasn't going to come looking for me this morning.
$140.
He's one of those players, Justin Hood, that turns that aggression on and off. When he gets up there and puts his foot to the oche, as soon as he comes back from the oche and you see him in the back room or
100.
whatever, he's back to happy, jovial, taking in, having the fun with everybody else. And so it happens to him that few moments before, and he gets back up there, and that
139.
transformation happens.
Yeah, well, in that competition where Reece Colley did get to the final, Justin Hood was in the semis that week, so
58.
Reece and
Justin requires
Justin Hood might have some unfinished
164.
business as well. Doesn't need to go for the treble 18, and that's really sensible play. Justin Hood
100.
he's a classy player, and he didn't panic, and that's where you need that versatility. And the fact he kept his patience there,
41.
kept believing.
Justin requires
He's
64.
looking good for a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, very much so. 32 incoming.
48.
Not to be on that occasion, but no panic just yet. This is a tidy setup.
139. Justin requires 16. Game on the 5th leg. Justin Hood.
Yeah, nodding dogs here in the commentary box. Just both appreciating really good darty from Justin Hood. Just averaging around about the 90 mark.
First.
And Toonders was putting stratospheric numbers after 2 legs, averaging just shy of 115. But his game has really dipped in the past couple 3 legs, so now you need that tenacity, that fight from Toonders.
$121. 97.
Yeah, I like it much more what I see from Toonders today. No matter the outcome of this match, I really am liking a little bit more of what I see today.
Yeah, I'm just thinking also, Scott, if he is someone who's just staring at the league table, what's it going to be like when he starts seeing himself in the lower part of it?
60. $100.
So again, Hood keeping Toonders
85.
honest.
Yeah, that's just a little bit unlucky with the last start there. Does leave a bogey with 159. Justin Hood. Very, very impressive.
140.
No 180s, but exceptional response.
81.
And this
Justin requires
is for the
60.
match. Again, another rapid game. This Group C has played at a fantastic pace with excellent quality. And Justin Hood gets his first 2 points of the Group C campaign. A blistering start from Christopher Toonders. Great to see the sportsmanship. Always magnanimous in defeat as Toonders. But Justin Hood is the favourite for this group. One of the big favourites for the week as well. An average just shy of 92 in that game. Very good on the outer ring. Superstar from the favourite. Next up, it's Gilbert van der Meyden against Rhys Colley.
Welcome back to the Super Series where we are into Game 4. All of the players have played in Group C and 2 of the winners from their first matches are about to go head-to-head. Rhys Colley is taking on the Dutchman Gilbert van der Meijden, who had a very good start, a 4-2 win against Chris Herds. Colley got the better of Mikuru Suzuki 4-1 in his opener, but only one of them can maintain that unbeaten start to the day. Which one will it be? We will find out in the company of Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Yeah, I totally agree there. You know, both have won this time out, first time out. So both have got points on the board now. And we know from our previous experiences this week that does affect players, making sure they're off quick and up and running.
Gilbert to throw first.
So this would suggest that this is going to be quite a rapid pace, this game, and a pace that will suit each other down to the ground.
140.
Yeah, just sense that we're seeing a different Gilbert. And like I said, Rhys Colley was very impressive. And again, that carrot that's dangling is the first play to 4 points. It might sound crazy, but it's a more reduced amount of games. So every defeat is sort of maximised now. You know, only 2 from 6 going on. So it's crazy. It may sound very early in this Group C campaign.
135.
I'd see this as a really big game for the winner.
78.
Good last start there from van der Meijden.
59. 80.
The board management of the Dutch players is so good. Bullseye, good shot on that last dart, but got the bounce
60.
out.
Gilbert requires
coming back from Colley.
122.
Chance for an early lead and an early hold.
50. Rhys requires 154.
It's tops.
114. Gilbert requires 72. 52.
Both having a dart at the tops
Rhys
there.
requires 40.
More importantly for Rhys Colley, this is for a breaker throw as well.
20.
I don't think either player
Gilbert
expected
requires
that.
20.
No, I don't think they did. And this has been these guys' Achilles
10.
heel.
Rhys requires 20.
Right, one has missed. He should be going out,
Game
and
shot in
that's
the
exactly
first
what he
leg.
does.
Rhys Colley.
Lucky to get a second bite at the cherry, Glenn.
Yeah, disappointing for Gilbert there. Sometimes I say as you sit in this seat, you
Second leg.
see the
Rhys to
evolution
throw
of players,
first.
and I just
Game
felt
on.
that Gilbert, who was at the bottom 2 of Group A campaign for 3 days, it's to get that first one under his
100.
belt today. I thought he would really, really kick on in this match, but now all of a sudden you can just see with that dart there, those missed darts at a double. Will they come back and haunt him? Well, that's a sign of a
121.
champion when that happens. You hit the big one and then follow with 2 trebles. I say it's a big game, this. Forget the averages now with those missed doubles.
40.
Now it's just about the 2 points.
Yeah, it is. It's get that first leg on the board and try and get your head
26.
down and run and jump on all these mistakes. And that's exactly what Rhys Colley's done there.
100. $134.
Good recovery there from van der Meijden from the previous visit of
55.
26, because he'd opened up with 1-2-1, went 26 and then 1-3-4. Now he's coming back again. Lovely stuff. Oh, a little finger point there as well. He's starting to enjoy himself here.
He's been watching Toonders too much, hasn't he?
140. Gilbert
This is where he
requires
had the problems
40.
in the last leg. But one thing about this game that we love, you do get second opportunities. However,
No score.
that's a nightmare.
Rhys requires
But
66.
Colley should get one here. That's something. He'll go 16 for tops.
46.
You can just see the anguish there because, you know, the difference, which is between 2-0 and 1-1 at the best of 7 it's huge. And you don't want to give this man too many chances because you just feel when he gets himself going and becomes more free-flowing. We are beginning to see a much better, much more composed and a bit of belief coming in the Dutchman.
Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
If you've been with us, you'll have heard us talk about the fact that people around him think he's got the credentials to do some real damage here this week.
34.
I know he's not got a lot of stage experience. He's
59.
been playing a long time and had a break from the game as well. And I was having a little flick back through the records, and he did make an appearance at Players' Championship 2011 as a young starlet.
I guess when you're representing the boys in the Dutch team in the early 2010 to 2009, you're clearly a prestigious talent. I'm sure there's a story to be told. He's only been back playing 18 months, got a good sponsor now.
83.
They're looking after him. He wants to be a professional player, but sees the MODUS Super Series right now as his #1 priority.
94. Gilbert requires
Why would you
104.
not, Glenn? You know, why would you not? Stage experience, airtime on the screen.
Bunts.
Yeah, a few. You call it
58.
bunts. A little bit of finance to help you along your way.
Remember, $5,000 check this week for the winner, and then just a fortnight away from
95.
our
Gilbert
biggest week of the
requires
MODUS Super
46.
Series Champions Week. Will this man be here? I think that's next door. He needs with #9. It is. That's an
Game shot on the
incredible. He
third
had to move
leg.
across the hockey
Gilbert
there
van der
just so you could
Meijden.
see that #9 bed. He apologised, but I can tell you, honestly, that apology is just part of being
Fourth leg is
PC.
Reese to throw first.
inside. He's
Game on.
buzzing.
He's starting to begin to think that nothing's going wrong here. I can't do
95.
anything wrong.
Yeah, it's part of the etiquette, isn't it, to apologise, but I never see Gerwin Price or players like that ever say sorry.
99.
Now, I remember dear old Eric Bristow saying, these players, when they've won a game, they come back cuddling and all that. He said, nah, we don't want to see none of that.
96.
And it's something that's more prominent in the game now than ever before. And it's only a respect
23.
thing more than anything. It's not anything else.
Yeah, it's just part of something that's crept into the game, isn't it? A bit like when you play snooker and you
140.
go around all the cushions and plop in, you hold your hand up, but inside you're delighted.
81.
Good moments here for
Reese
Reece Colley.
requires
We've seen the big fish
170.
already this week. To be here,
56.
I think at times the group here was a bit of a slow burner, Scott, and I think players like Gilbert
118.
and
Reese requires
Toonders,
140.
I think they're enjoying the rapid pace that you feel. 114 here, so it's tops. He's been dropping low a little bit.
Game shot on
No
the
problems
fourth
this time.
leg.
It's
Reece
Desmond.
Colley.
Yeah, lovely 114 finish there
Fifth
from
leg.
Colley.
Gilbert to throw first. Game on. $100.
Yeah, it's a best of 3 game, and just a reminder, both of these won their opening games. So one of these players will be the first person to touch 4
100.
points.
It's a little best of 3 now, isn't it?
180.
Yeah, and that's his 3rd maximum there for Gilbert van der Meijden.
54.
His 18th of the week.
$81.
Yeah, one of the issues Gilbert had, Scott, this week is he was best roundabout now in his next game.
99.
He did seem to peter
Gilbert
out a little bit
requires
at the end
140.
of the day, so he'll be probably working on that as well, but he's looking good for 3-2 here, especially with darts like that. 72 left.
88.
Strange because he's been going 72 on the treble 12 route. So just
I just think double 16's in his mind, Scott.
140. Gilbert requires 52.
This is the reason he probably played safe on that 72.
34.
Ouch.
Reese
A couple of
requires
times he's done that already
108.
today. Missed on the bed next door. Just took a few beans off, took a bit of gas off the throat. Tops it is for Collie.
68.
Well, he's been low. He smacked it
Gilbert
bang in the
requires
middle of the tops.
18.
And that one, you could visually see the movement of the wire. The big decision to split. It's not the right
15.
one. Chance for
Reese
Collie.
requires 40.
This is where you got to lap it up now.
Game
And that's
shot on the
exactly
fifth
what he's
leg.
done.
Reese Collie.
Took his opportunity there, Glenn.
Yeah, he certainly did. You can just see there, Van der Meyden, who's been through an awful lot already
Sixth
this
leg.
week.
Reese to throw
But it's
first.
mainly been
Game on.
positives today, and he knew he was a chance to go 3-2 up there and just be that one leg away.
100.
I think it'd be a bigger loss for Reese Colley because Reese Colley's next game would be against Justin Hood. Whereas Gilbert will fancy his next game against Christopher Toonders. And you're looking at 3 wins out with 3, so you can see the reason behind the disappointment.
$100.
Again, like you said, though, another good encounter. Both on the high 80s on the averages.
96.
Shows how even the game is, and it's all been about those doubles. And
86.
Colley's 3 from 10, and Van der Meyden's 2 from 13. So that's where the average has gone. It's not been due to the scoring;
60.
it's all those missed darts.
Well, we see in the beginning of the end, he's thinking 6 darts and 2-1-5. Another one of them.
125.
Advantage Colley.
And we see a trademark. I thought we were going to see a trademark 180 from Van der Meyden there
95.
after that
Reese
first
requires
dart.
90.
Decision to be made on the 90. 125, certainly not a gimme, so give him the opportunity to go this way. Will it be the right decision? Can understand why he
54.
did it.
Gilbert requires 125. $61. Gilbert requires... Sorry, Reese requires 36.
It's been a game full of quality.
$27.
But the Achilles heel for both players. They
Gilbert
both had
requires
13 darts at a
64.
double. They won't like the percentage ratio. Chance for Van der Meyden from absolutely nowhere. It's only going to be the 1 dart. Too many times this week, Scott.
Yeah, it's all about the big
32.
numbers. He
Reese requires 9.
bluffed his lines there. But you don't miss them when you're 3-2 up. So it's double 4 for Colley, double 2, and he
Game,
takes
shot,
it.
And the match,
In what was an
Reese
entertaining
Colley.
game there. It goes 4 points for Reese Colley now. He goes top of the table early doors. That can only help his confidence. Averages there hindered a little by the double percentage. But Reese Colley won't worry about that. We head into a short break and we'll be back with Chris Toonders versus Chris Herds.
So game 5 of the afternoon here at the Super Series features Chris Hurds and Christopher Toonders. Hurds, who went down in his opening match on his return to Portsmouth, 4-2 to Gilbert van der Meijden, as Toonders, well, he was beaten by Justin Hood just a couple of games ago. Hurds, of course, who looks like he could be playing on the Premier League stage tonight. A nod to Peter Wright with that garish attire. And he's taking on Toonders, a man who knows where the camera is himself. And a former Premier League champion is in commentary for this one. Glenn Durrant sat alongside Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And quite simply, the narrative for these is to get their first 2 points underway. The Group C campaign, it's very tough to come back from your opening 2 losses. So that's clearly what the motivation will be for these two. A real up and down week for the very likeable Christopher Toonders, you have to say. But we saw the positives in that opening game. He came out the trap so quickly.
22.
Against the tenacious Chris Hurds, the softly spoken man from Pristine in Wales. A big game for both, Scott Mitchell.
140.
Yeah, it is. And again, we spoke about getting off and running,
140.
and particularly in these groups that are only 2 days, you know, the games can pass you by, and you know, it's just
25.
just the 10 games in Group C and only the 8 in Group B, and you really don't want to be losing 2 in a row in either of them on the last day, because
55.
like you say, the games run out quickly to catch up.
Yeah, Jim Williams, his practice partner, must be watching, because he's just sent me and you a lovely
60.
message. Wishing us both the very best of luck in comms box. Or something like that anyway.
Yeah, something like that. We all love a ginger quiff though, don't we?
180.
Can't beat it.
Well, Chris certainly loves the maximum. That's his first of the day. Looking second best in this
56.
leg.
Chris
he's
requires
first.
104.
Possibly to a double. Yes, he is. It's double 16.
88.
A couple of times he's headed to the 16s and hasn't converted. And that can start to play on your mind.
85.
Just noticeably how
Chris
quick at this
requires
Group C, the
16.
players, the rhythm of the players. Double 8 for Hurds.
Eight.
That's so unlucky.
Christopher requires 40. Game shot in the first leg.
He won't want us to keep
Christopher
reminding Chris
Toonders.
Hurds, but he did lose his last 6 games here the last time he was at the MODUS Super Series. Lost his opening one, so he's on that 7
Second
match
leg. Chris
losing
to throw
streak. And
first. Game on.
I can assure you, them kind of things are on your mind.
81. 44. 100.
I say the game's zipping it off at a nice little pace that they both enjoying.
85.
Yeah, I'm more sort of focused on Toonders at the moment because it's visually you can see the
45.
better feel he has on this stage yesterday. Like I said, it was a difficult watch for him yesterday because he was spraying them from absolutely everywhere. The consistency's a
41.
little better today. He'll want to be better. He started off like a house on fire. He really did. He was absolutely superb. But he's leading this match 1-0. I guess just them 2 points is
100.
what he's thinking. You can just see him just sucking the air in at the moment. So definitely feeling it.
59.
Better scoring coming from this man. The 1-3-4.
101.
Done that a couple of times today. Moved right to the right-hand side of the hockey and pinged the treble.
90. Chris requires 74.
41 left here. Is he going to go 9? Yes, he is. Back to that double 16.
42.
And once again, it's not gone his way.
I think you see it as a sign of weakness if you start showing a different double. He's persevering that double seat. Hasn't been
50.
kind to him so far.
Chris requires 32.
He needs it now.
Like we were talking about this yesterday, when you keep returning to a double, you keep telling yourself the law of averages says you're not going to
Game's
continue
on
to
the
miss
second
it.
leg.
And right there
Chris
is the proof
Hurds.
was in the pudding.
Third leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on. $58.
Will he get the lift off the back of hitting that double? Yes, he has.
139.
Lovely opening 139 there.
Yeah, the bookies can't separate them
99.
right now. The scoreline can't separate. Might just be something like a bit of magic.
100.
So it's an unusual smooth dart. It's a bulbous dart, and also it's a very short dart. He's not using
100.
a very long shaft and stem combo on it, which will make it a very positive dart to throw, won't it, Glenn?
Yeah, like I said, so many dart manufacturers now are offering a service where you can go and
128.
actually try the darts now. A lot of the big shops are doing that because what's the chance of you picking a dart when there's
95.
probably about
Chris requires
100,000 to choose from
134.
these days? You're going to be picking the right one from a magazine, so this clearly suits his style of play.
56.
But it's definitely something different to look at.
Christopher
As
requires 149.
Toonders does the Suzuki. This 149 was the real star finish from Makuru earlier this week. Chance for Hurds.
57. Chris requires 78.
Double 10 then after hitting the
58.
tops.
Christopher requires
Does
92.
Toonders go treble 20 or does he go bullseye? He's looking at treble 20.
38.
He does like a double-double, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Chris
I'm not going to
requires
criticise.
20.
It's the way many players would go this way, but it's time for Hurd to get in front. Doubles are not being where he would like them to be today. He was 2 from
No
8 in the
score.
first match, and now currently he's
Christopher
1 from
requires
13.
54.
That's the problem for Chris Hurds. Can Toonders mop it up? Yes, he
Game
can.
shot on the
Toonders
third
leads
leg.
2-1.
Christopher Toonders. Fourth leg, Chris to throw first.
And that was the
Game
break,
on.
which is also important as well. Hurds had chance after chance there to break. and it
100.
didn't quite go his way.
The feat of repeating myself, that was the type of dart yesterday. Yeah, he's...
70.
I have my thoughts on how to deal with it on the practice area, which you'll need to go back and learn from this week. No problems at all, Scott, with his scoring of Chris Hurds today. That's his second max already.
Yeah, and like I say, no problems there with that.
35.
It's just then how to ring. But he will settle down, and he's going to have to settle down quickly on it because, as we say, the games pass you by with
100.
2 days and only 5 games a day. It's not like Group A where it's 15, and you can have a couple. You can lose a couple in a row and still get back in it. In these shorter groups, you
100.
cannot.
Chris requires
So
121.
he won't want to be losing this game.
$77.
Well, scoring is 9 out of 10 for Chris Hurd. Set of play, 7 out of 10. But what he's about to do next has
54.
been his real
Chris
problem.
requires
But
44.
darts can just turn on the flick of a switch.
28.
It's a nasty, nasty checkout percentage ratio right now for Chris Hurds. But luckily, Toonders miles back.
$70. Chris requires 16.
Is that too close for the bulbous dart? It's too close for the bulbous dart.
Game on the
Oh,
fourth
what a
leg.
lovely last
Chris
last
Hurds.
dart.
He must be thinking, I know I'm the better player.
Fifth leg.
I'm putting
Christopher to
myself.
throw first.
But when
Game
opportunity knocks, he's not always grabbing it. It would be a tough one to lose, this one for Chris Hurd right now. Toonder's had some bizarre games this week, from
100.
games where he's been walking off the stage, ready to lose, and his opponent just couldn't see the game out.
But what Hurds can't be thinking here is,
46.
I've had enough darts at double to win 3 of these games today. If you start thinking like that, you won't close this one out. It has to be, if I keep getting enough chances,
85.
I will get it. It has to be more positive.
$47.
I'd like to see just more of a little bit of a backswing from Chris Hurd, just really open and elevating that elbow, elevating that
40.
wrist. He's thrown the dart very sort of flat. Attend Joe Cullen for 5 minutes. And then he sort of punches away as if it's like a hot potato in his
70.
hand, that dart.
$46.
Would start again with Toonders. He's got all the raw material there, but the replication of the throw is just, it's not there right now. It's too inconsistent.
26.
And you feel that Toonders is waiting for Hurds to do something to spark himself into life again. And
78.
Hurds is in the same boat. He's waiting for Toonders to do something to spark him into life. And in this game, you cannot wait
60.
for anybody. You've got to get on and
Christopher requires 152.
grab the ball by the horns and take the game by the scruff of the neck and make it yours.
85. $80.
And that seems to happen when things aren't going your way, Chris.
Christopher requires 67.
There's Toonders now. Didn't go for 17 bull there, did he?
35.
I have a funny feeling he did.
That's a frustrated dart. That's telling me. Never mind looking for a
140.
spark. It's an
Christopher
incorrect thing
requires
to do.
32. Game on the fifth leg.
Well, he gets there in the end.
Christopher
It was
Toonders.
unconventional. Well, Christopher Toonders, he leads 3-2.
Disappointment for Hurds there is that was a
Sixth leg.
22 dart
Christopher
leg, and
first.
even
Game
though he
on.
was against the throw, he fancied himself 9 times out of 10 to get a dart. That's something first.
40.
Yeah, Chris Hurds will have just a little reminder that there is that break in between each leg. It's 10 seconds. There's a screen to the left, and there's a little
100.
countdown there. And I must admit, on my first couple of legs, I was barely racing to it. As we look at that throw, you can just see his head a
100.
little bit going back there as he's throwing the dart. I've had a good look at this one. The body movement on there is just something I think
57.
will improve his game.
Yeah, that countdown clock between legs. I was absolutely racing at it. I could do 20 seconds between my throws.
41.
It's not an issue.
$57.
Hey, just taking a little second there, Chris Hurds. Exact right thing to do. Very upright. And the perfect timing to look at the side view for his third maximum
180.
of this game. Positives are there, Chris. He's been the better player, Scott.
Yeah, he has.
59.
Yeah, he has, without doubt.
Chris
But
requires 140.
he's also been the more generous player as well when it's come to the doubles.
$54.
Toonders has probably thought he's lost this leg. A maximum there would have been exactly what he wanted. However,
80.
the lateral drift, the
Chris
spraying them
requires
about, is just
86.
returning at the wrong time.
That's all about the big numbers. That one kind of blocks 54. That's why he came out. You've got,
36.
like we say, you've got to hit those big numbers.
Christopher requires 148. 37. Chris requires 50.
I think it's all just a little scruffy now, and I think this match deserves to go the 7. It's double 16 for Herds.
Game on the 6th leg. Chris
A bit
Hurd.
of a sigh of relief in the end. Like I said, it's been a disappointing game for Chris Hurd in relation to the
7th
doubles.
leg. Christopher to throw
And
first.
the all-round game for
Game
Toonders he
on.
won't be happy about. And once again, he's 3 each and has the throw, meaning he is the favourite for this leg.
60. $83.
Oh, those one-leg shootouts. We had so many up yesterday.
96.
Don't start trying now, Chris. It's time to let them go.
9.
Throw free. You're not supposed to win this leg.
9 is the only German that my co-commentator knows.
45.
That's because that's the same amount of toes as I got, mate.
But you're from Newcastle as well.
$123.
And nothing to separate them in the scoring phase right now.
82.
Another flip-flop game. This seesaw week just continues to happen. And Justin Hood's up next. He's
60.
a likely player to have that consistency today, but these two players desperate for the first 2 points of the day.
85.
Because I feel it would kickstart their day and their group for me.
Yeah, when you get on that losing streak in Group C, it's not easy to bounce back.
59. Christopher requires
isn't, and-
133.
We know where he was going for 1-3-3, don't we? He did it yesterday.
57.
All those 19s.
Chris requires 167. $97. Christopher requires
That's a good
76.
setup play from Herds. He has to stay straight or use the 16s. It's tops for Toonders.
Game. Shot.
And it's a fantastic
And the
finish in the
match,
end for what was a
Christopher
very,
Toonders.
very scrappy play from both players. You can see the incredible disappointment there from Herds. That realisation that he was the better players for the majority of that game. And even the camera's not a friend to him at the moment for Christopher Toonders. He shakes his head. He's got away with one there. It's Christopher Toonders who takes the 2 points. And he gets his first. As we look at the numbers, excellent the checkout ratio for Toonders, not so good from Herds is the conclusion. Next up, it's Makuru Suzuki against Justin Hood.
Welcome back. It's Game 6 about to get underway here at the MODUS Super Series on Thursday. The start, of course, of 2 sessions of darting delights we are bringing to you today. Group C is currently in progress, and the next match is a meeting between Justin Hood, a former winner on that stage, and Mikuru Suzuki, of course, 2-time women's world champion. It's a race to 7 legs. A match that is short format in every possible sense. Mikuru Suzuki versus Justin Hood.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Again, another tidy little matchup here. Justin Hood will be looking to add to the points on the Group C league table.
First leg, Mikuru
Suzuki will be looking to open her
Game
account on the points table. She had a tough game last time out against Reese Colley, who was absolutely solid as a rock.
100.
Yeah, when we talk about fresh versus fatigue, could be 10-15 minutes away from this man and Reese Colley, the 2 unbeaten players, and just making an early statement. For a terrible start for Suzuki, really, even with the opening game versus Reese Colley. Then just, that's a tough start for anybody.
60. $140.
Justin Hood settled nice and early.
Yeah, but something you mentioned, Jesse, in your analysis of Mikuru Suzuki, Scott, when someone is hitting 140s against it, usually that's when we start seeing the best from Mikuru.
54.
It's been a nice start, a ton, 61-40 start from Suzuki. Incredibly consistent at scoring the exact score of a ton this week. It's been unbelievable. She must have broke some records with that.
100.
Yeah, absolutely. On the pizza slice section, that is the 20s.
59.
And it's very easy at the MODUS Super
Mikuru
Series to write your
requires
conclusion
96.
very early. But we've already seen this week where someone struggling against someone who's beginning to start stamping their authority on the match.
Game shot in the first
And
leg.
Suzuki leads
Mikuru
1-0.
Suzuki.
A beautiful start, a 15-darter. Food for thought for Justin Hood.
Well, it's
Second
a 15
leg,
dart older
Justin
throw,
to
which
front
is like the
Game
dream
on.
number for us guys. That's what we aim for on our own throw, because it means your opponent's got to do 12, and if they do 12, you just hold your hand up and go, fair play to
57.
you. You were better than me that leg.
Yeah, that's definitely the psychology of the game, and that's a mindset for many of the players as well.
$137.
You know, I openly admit that
89.
I've used a mind coach in the past to try and help me with these situations. Do other top players use mind coaches, Glenn?
No, definitely. Yeah, like I said, it's a big part of where the game is at now.
45.
Whether it's coaching, whether it's the psychology of the game, whether it's mentorship. Yeah, there's when you look at other sports as well, it's most players like golfers, most people are using
59.
to play with the mind a little bit. It's a big part of what sport is all about these days, especially when the calendar is so busy as right now. And I mean, overthinking in this game, it's cruel.
Absolutely. I mean, and it's surprising what sports you
140.
see it. I mean, F1 seems to be one that's started to creep in, and sort of mentors going around with the drivers, and some drivers you can quite clearly see don't want part of it, but some
94.
feel it's an advantage. And I know, obviously, Lewis Hamilton has had one for a while, and she's been his fitness coach, his mentor, his whatever, and the rumours are that she could be coming back to the fold this year.
62 left for Mikuru.
127.
Well, Mikuru Suzuki is averaging over 105 at the moment. If she can nail this finish in 2 darts. Here comes the pressure.
180. Mikuru requires 52.
Super stuff from Justin Hood.
Yes, first of the Group C campaign.
Game
Well,
on
he's
the
down
second
2-0.
leg.
This has been an
Mikuru
exceptional
Suzuki.
performance from Mikuru Suzuki. 215 darters, averaging 100. She leads 2-0.
Third leg, Mikuru to throw first. Game on.
And when you're looking for cutting-edge commentary, I've been number crunching. I've been punching every statistic going, and I've got an unbelievable stat here. This is the first time Mikuru Suzuki has been taller
60.
than somebody else this week.
Oh, well done. I mean, that must have took a lot of
Honest, all night I
last
was.
night. Yeah.
That's where I got my A level in
97.
statistics.
Well
Yeah.
done.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you.
I'm proud of you, mate. I'm proud of you.
God bless you.
I still don't think either of them could get their foot up onto the top step of my
60.
tractor.
$60.
I'll tell you one thing, though. The bits that I know about Justin Hood, us being from not close by, but same neck of the woods down in the southwest, he won't go anywhere.
60.
No, I'm a big fan, as I've said on numerous times. I've had the pleasure of commentating on him a few times now. I think, there's not an awful lot wrong with his game. I
78.
don't think he's a big practicer, Scott. And like I say, I think application is really important when you then want to get into the elite top 128. I don't think these days you can just rely on natural talent and ability. Your preparation and application is really key. And I think
100.
if Justin has aspirations of being a professional player, and by going to Q School he has, I think that's maybe what he needs to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to be honest. He was selected for the England team last year, but unfortunately,
41.
he doesn't drive, so train strikes at the wrong time meant that he didn't actually get to play.
I'd have walked.
Yeah,
It's still one of my greatest ever phone calls, Scott. So when you got the call recently to be England captain again, I
60.
still remember John Peoples ringing me after a Super League game very late on. And I knew it must have been important for him to ring me. They told me I'd been picked for the British internationals, I think it was, in Wales.
140.
my
Mikuru requires
that's
161.
cool. I'll go on to that in a minute.
Well, she's
That's what I
been
hear.
brilliant so far, Scott, hasn't she? But she's just fallen asleep a little bit in this leg. She likes the bullseye on the 161 here, just to leave that 96 finish, however.
56. Justin requires 85.
Chance for Hood.
Game shot on the
chance
third
indeed.
leg. Justin Hood.
It's the button in the middle. Suzuki has thrown everything at him.
Fourth
She's
leg.
just
Justin to
2-1
throw
up, and now
first.
Hood's
Game on.
sort of won his throw back. She dropped off that last leg, didn't she, from where she was in the first two? And she got punished for it. And now here goes Hood. He wins a leg, and off he goes with that momentum.
Yeah, it's incredible how much can switch just like that. That 100 average from Suzuki, 2-0 up. You can see that mixture of her form
140.
dipping. And a couple of maximums from Justin Hood, his first two of the week so far. I think he fancied the 9, looking at that facial expression there.
134.
He sure did.
$100. $57.
Well, I don't know about you, Scott, but I've enjoyed every single game today for various reasons, whether it's the pace, the quality, the 180s, the good finishing. This has definitely been the performance so far from Mikuru, but can she just hang on there? Because the
55.
favourite for the group, Justin Hood, is just
Justin
beginning
requires
to
130.
lay his mark to this group. Say, remember, he can go unbeaten with victory here and 4 points and join Reece Colley. And then you've got that foundation to kick on the rest
90.
of the day then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
21.
and look at the next game for Justin Hood as
requires
well, by the way.
40.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Yes, Mr. Colley next game. So excitement for us.
Game on the 4th leg.
Once again,
Justin Hood.
Justin Hood tidies up. Double stats here are particularly good. 2 from 4 for
5th
Suzuki
leg,
and
Makuru to throw first.
2 from 4
Game on.
for Hood. And that's keeping those averages up in the high 80s.
140.
I think if Makuru does want to qualify from this Group C, she feels she has to win this game. Really tough to bounce back in the Group C campaign when you lose your first 2 matches.
60.
Yeah, you can't, you definitely can't lose 3 in a row. You've got to be restricting those losses to one every other one or something.
60.
It's just
121.
could be confusing in the Justin Hood Reese Colley game because both use a similar style of barrel. I wonder if that's a nightmare headache for our referee. 80, having to look at the
100.
same barrels. It could be, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think he's enjoying himself today. We see on the side-on view there. It is very, very similar to Reese Colley's.
98.
Yeah, our referee 80's been staying in the house with you and telling me he's been cooking these culinary delights. I suppose next time we see him on the TV could be Master Chef.
Well, beans on toast, I don't think we'll be going too far, but that is an outstanding setup play from
177.
Makuru Suzuki. She was playing absolutely beautiful for the first couple of legs, couple of 15 darters. That mid-match then belonged to Justin Hood.
97.
Makuru Suzuki,
Makuru requires 24.
double 12 to get back that lead.
Game on the 5th leg.
Tidying up. This is a good encounter here.
6th leg, Justin to throw
I would
first.
just say that.
Game on.
It's great to see Makuru doing this as well. This is what we know she's capable of.
180.
I don't know what she knows of Justin Hood, but obviously Justin Hood before a dart was thrown this week was the favourite for the week. That's his credentials. I just think Makuru sees the fact that opening game was a real opportunity for her, but she walked into
60.
something really special early doors with Reese Colley, who'll come out flying. It's a tough start for her to play Reese, then Justin, but she can get a couple of points on the board from one of them 2 games. And who knows, because the next game will be against the luckless Chris Herds.
137.
I think she'd fancy that,
If he plays like this, she will, but I wonder if they get only fools and horses out there in Japan and whether she thinks that Justin Hood does look like a young Uncle Albert.
81.
He never talks about it, though.
$93.
He used to live in our neck of the woods. Actor that played Uncle Albert. And in Verwood he used to live. You'd see him in the garage all the time. Lovely man.
Bank manager, wasn't he, Buster?
140.
Buster was a bank manager,
Justin
but you'd
requires
see him in the local
91.
garage and he'd always say hi and love being referred to as Uncle Albert.
Well, Justin Hood likes being referred as the favourite for
71.
this group, that's for sure. He's looking good for 3-3. It's not the first time we've said that this week.
But you've got to be fair. He's, after Makuru took that last leg, he has stepped his level up again.
100. Justin requires 20.
For a 13 darter. And we
Game
are
on
going
the
all the
sixth
way.
leg.
This has been a
Justin Hood.
very, very enjoyable game. Both players playing absolutely lovely. And Makuru has a dash. You can just
7th
see
leg, Makuru to throw
she
first.
just close her eyes there
Game
and just
on.
picturing that beautiful start. That's what you want when you're in the last leg decider. You don't want to sway into those 5s and 1s. Good start. There's the treble. A second's the bonus.
95.
I can watch these sorts of games all day, Glenn. I could.
I think today's been great. This is the form man, remember.
140.
It'll be a big win for Makuru. Is he turning the screw? Remember, if the Group C campaign, I'm really looking forward to Group B tonight.
60.
We're back at 9:45. And also a big night in the world of darts with the Premier League as well. So get yourself a palm up. And get yourself watching some serious amount of darts, especially with darts like that from Justin Hood.
180.
Questions were asked. 140, 180 start. His fourth 180 of this game.
What a response from Suzuki.
This is outstanding.
145.
What a potential 10 darter, Scott.
Fantastic from Justin Hood against the throw. And here comes Suzuki roaring back into it. She going to stay there? Oh, wow, wow, wow.
Justin requires
Just a little
36.
smile on the face of appreciation there from Justin Hood for a 10 darter. Huge dart.
18.
Was it because
Makuru
of that
requires
174
32.
setup from this incredible performance from Makuru Suzuki? That
Game,
was a
shots,
breathtaking
and the
game from
match.
two fantastic
Makuru
players, and Group
Suzuki.
C is wide open right now. Very, very enjoyable and well played to Makuru Suzuki, and I think the referee enjoyed that as well. Smiles all around, including the loser there, who averaged 97.45 in defeat. But their best average of the week, Makuru Suzuki, she now becomes a player in this Group C as we move on to Germany versus Holland. It's Gilbert van der Meerden against Christopher Toonders.
Here we go then. Our next match. Chris Toonders taking on Gilbert van der Meerden. These guys have already played each other 3 times in Group A, and The first 2 days, it was Chris Toonders winning 4-1 and 4-3, but yesterday, Gilbert van der Meijden got his revenge. Beat Toonders 4-1, and Toonders looked very out of sorts, and it started to be the downfall of his day yesterday. I think they've become friends, having been sort of going around together for the last couple of days. So it's a couple of mates having a game of darts, and hopefully that will reflect in the scores, the averages, and the way that this all
First leg,
works out.
Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, nice touch there, isn't it? All business roundabout now, though, but clearly friendships have been made this week.
123.
Great start of the day from van der Meijden. Slightly disappointed against Reece Colley. Did have those opportunities.
29.
And for Christopher Toonders, which version are we going to get, Scott?
Well, exactly. And when we look at the table here, we were talking about how
78.
Toonders likes to have a look at a table and tell everybody where they are and what they do. Well, he will quite clearly know now that he can turn over his friend
59.
here. He will go joint top of the table with early leader Reece Colley. Colley will also
140.
have a match in hand.
100. Gilbert
Points on the
requires
board.
160.
Yeah, it's been tight between them, as we've mentioned there, but you have to fancy
63.
the way Gilbert's playing right now. But he's putting himself in decent opportunities without seeing the games out. But two wins from 3 would be the
99. Gilbert
priority
requires
for these two.
97. Game shot on the first
14
leg.
darter.
Gilbert
Again,
van der
rapid pace.
Meijden.
Just round about a minute to play a leg of darts. Absolutely quality from the pair of them. Again, a little fist
Second
pump.
leg, Christopher to throw
Lovely
first.
to see. Can
Game
Toonders
on.
respond? Premier League tonight, Scott. Have you got a fancy for
58.
tonight?
Yeah, mixed grill. Oh, sorry, the darts. Yeah. I haven't actually, but I
100.
just have this feeling that the way that things have been going lately with the Worlds and everything, I think MVG he's been on
58.
holiday. He's had a little rest now, and he's recoup, and he's now back on it. And I think last weekend showed that he doesn't plan to go anywhere, and I think it would be a
100.
big statement if he could win tonight.
Yeah, he's in that tough section, so I've sort of chickened out a little bit and left the big four to fight it between
97.
themselves. And I just see that Gerwin Price, I feel he looks like a standalone in that top 4 because it's in Cardiff.
83.
I'd expect him to get to the final, which probably means he loses first game with my tips. Good darts, son. Good darts.
180. $58. Christopher requires 108. Yep. Game
Yeah,
shot.
fabulous
the second
darts,
leg.
great camera work to see
Christopher
that the treble was
Toonders.
in as well. He is like a Jekyll and Hyde, isn't he, Christopher Toonders? You just do not
Third
know
leg,
what you're going to get
Gilbert
from
to
him.
throw first.
But a
Game on.
180 setup, 108 finish. It doesn't get much better than that.
125.
Yeah, 108 finish. Carl Sneed yesterday, he did 2 of those in one game.
134.
Yeah, we'll see Carl tonight. But I tell you what, if the Group B players are watching tonight, I think it just has really stepped up a notch.
81.
I think Chris Gilliland will be one person who sat in his hotel watching now thinking, I'm glad these players didn't play like this the past 3 days.
125.
Just felt a little bit laboured Group A times with Gilliland just being the standout in every stat going. But really enjoying this. Look at the grit of the teeth as he's throwing the darts. Great to watch.
180.
Great to commentate on. Plenty to talk about.
99. Gilbert requires 115.
If this was me versus Scott Mitchell, we'd just be getting our darts out the case now. We're nearly 3 legs in.
59.
There'll be more
Christopher requires
peacockery going on than a wildlife
143.
park.
75 left. He should stay there. And
68.
everything. Why did I stop?
Gilbert requires
Takes a lot of time to
56.
aim for the wire to get it to bounce out like that. You can't just chuck them.
The blade
38.
gives himself these opportunities, Gilbert Scott, doesn't he? And
75.
this'll hurt.
Game shot in the
This
third
will hurt
leg.
because Gilbert Van der Meyden's be
Christopher
thinking
Toonders.
Christopher Toonders has been all over the place for a day and a half. He seems to step up against me, and
Fourth leg.
Toonders will be thinking,
Christopher to throw
do you know, that
first.
scrappy win against
Game
Chris
on.
Hurd's the best thing that could have happened to me. I'm just going to let them go in this match. And this has been rip-roaring.
125.
Yeah, it really has. Talk about a genuine bounce out with the darts. Do you do anything to your points to try and
81.
avoid that happening, Glenn?
No, not to avoid it happening, but I've never really suffered with bounce outs, whether it's the way I throw the darts. So I've never had a real issue, but like you would do,
125.
I just use sandpaper and then rough me points up for before every game.
Well, you're going to have to be careful with that now, because obviously that's against the rules anywhere down
57.
within 15 mil of the point. But I was always taught, and it was a dart manufacturer that I
57.
was with for 14 years, their dart maker. He said that if I beveled the points off, particularly with these blade boards,
100.
to sort of like a 60-degree bevel, so that the point was a bevel rather than a point, then that would
98.
eliminate those bounce outs more, because if I did actually have a genuine hit on the blade, it would have to be so square with your dart at a
99.
beveled point
Christopher requires
that
96.
you'd be very unlucky if it fell out. So the bevel would guide it round one way or the other.
Interesting. Getting like a snooker tip, isn't it? Where we just
80.
bevel the dart over and
Gilbert requires
Toonders going for his
164.
double. Allowance sure under these circumstances. With your opponent on 164.
81.
very much in Oh, the
Christopher
impressive
requires
Toonders to lead
16.
3-1. It's been a superb performance.
No score.
Yeah, you can't fault them
Gilbert
darters.
requires
Absolutely
83.
did nothing wrong there. And this will feel like a bit of karma here for Gilby. He feels he should have been 2-1 up.
Hit the big number. That's your biggest thing. Now it's bullseye.
58.
Oh, and unlucky.
Christopher requires 16.
Yeah,
Game
nicely
shot in
done.
the fourth leg. Christopher Toonders.
There's definitely more to like about Toonders when he's actually getting on with the
Fifth
job,
leg is
not
Gilbert
slowing
to throw
himself
first.
down.
Game on.
We've seemed to have lost him from happy cam and all his winks when he wins legs. He's being a little bit more serious about it all now.
140.
Whatever it is, it's working.
140.
And these are the type of dart he was producing on Tuesday. For me, it's his performance of the week so far. Could mean the end for
49.
Gilbert this early as well.
Spin. Could the real Christopher Toonders please stand up? And not only has he stood up, he's also stood up on a chair.
Yeah.
94.
And he's playing someone playing very nicely, and Van der Meyden here is averaging just shy of 92.
100.
I think these two could practice with each other and bring the best out of each other. Just an incredible pace.
128.
Not going away here, Van der Meyden. That's what I like about it. He's not going away.
44.
And that just proves
Gilbert
that
requires 90.
they're all saying about him is spot on.
Game
He has
shot
that
on the
little
fifth
bit
leg.
of something.
Gilbert Van der
And
Meyden.
What a lovely 90 shot out for him there. 14 dart. Hold a
Sixth
throw.
leg, it's Christopher to throw
And it
first.
just gives a
Game
little
on.
bit to your opponent to say, I'm not going anywhere, fella.
Yeah, I think maybe David Davies is correcting me earlier on Twitter, so thank you, David. Hope you're well.
100.
When Chris Hurd won the belt, it was Adam Paxton he played. What do I know, David? And that's after you beat me with that 1-1-4 finish as well, you nasty man.
140.
Oh, I met Adam the other week at Challenge Tour. The first time. Seen the name around a lot, and yeah, another likeable lad.
83.
He is decent. Very decent.
Speaking of decent, these two will really fighting. The previous two
100.
games has gone the 4-3 distance. And we're going to go all the way in this one. Obviously, Gilbert will need to break Toonders.
80.
No better chance than right now. Just about the 30 points behind.
$91. 56. Gilbert requires 170.
Treble 18 is the shot there. Just as a little look at the score, he knows he'll be back on that 72. Very professional job
Gilbert
so far from Van der Meijden.
72.
Treble 12 is his normal route, but he's thinking of double 16. Just give me one dart at double 16. Well, he's got that opportunity for 3-3.
40.
Oh, right on the blade. But yes, you're absolutely right.
Requires 94.
He felt that if he was only going to get one dart, that was the way he wanted to go.
Another one of them. And what a finish from Christopher Toonders. We've called him Mr. Unpredictable. That was his performance of the week so far. You won't be able to take that smile off his face. It's 2 wins out of 3, and that's a real tough one for Gilbert to take because he was brilliant throughout that game. 94.47 losing average on the back of Justin Hood losing with a 97. This Group C campaign is really warming up nicely, and we've got a big game coming up next. It's Reece Colley against Justin Hood.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're about to get the middle match of the day underway. So it is the perfect time to show you what's happened so far. Starting off, a win for Gilbert Van der Meijden over Chris Herds, who's lost both of his games so far. Van der Meijden went down to Reece Colley in his second game, and Colley is the only player to have won both of his matches so far. Christopher Toonders, well, he has won 2 out of 3 defeat to Justin Hood, but then wins against both Herds and Van der Meijden. Hood went down for the first time as Makuru Suzuki picked up her first victory in a really good game of darts. Colley and Hood about to do battle in game 8, and following it, Chris Hurd's against Suzuki. You might actually start to think that he would have to win that match, or he's already clinging to the cliff edge. But at the top of the table, it is Rhys Colley who's looking to make it 3 wins from 3. And guiding you through the action, it's Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. Yeah, I think Justin Hood here, I'm just having a quick squeeze at his average. He's running a 94.31 for the day so far. His first 2 games.
Leg, it's Rhys to throw
first.
first.
Feel hard done by
Game
from
on.
only having a couple of points, I believe. And Rhys Colley has been doing everything he needs to do. He's topped the group.
57.
Not quite averaging up around where Justin Hood is, but he's been absolutely solid and doing all he needs to do to win games. And
97.
I think if he could polish up on anything, it'll be just a little bit of finishing on the outer ring for Rhys Colley. It's not been the scoring. His averages
100.
been a little lower because of that. When you throw dead darts, we call them, you know, outside the board, and they don't count as an average or whatever, it just harms the average massively. And
80.
so if he could sharpen up on those, he'd be up around the 90 average himself for sure.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a deja vu, this Group C campaign, because the last time they were here,
45.
they were in the same group, and it was even Steven and 1 win apiece for them. They have played once away from the MODUS Super Series cameras at Q School in 2023, and it was a stormer of a game.
43.
It was a 5-4 victory in the end for Justin Hood, but both averaged well into the 90s, so they know each other very well.
45.
Rhys Colley with 2 wins out of 2, like Scott mentioned there. This man is playing very, very nicely, but it's only the 1 win out of 2, so you sense it's more of an important game for Justin Hood.
59.
But for Rhys Colley, if he can get to 6 points in rapid time and looking at his games to follow, he will really fancy, because he'll be on fairly quickly against Christopher Toonders.
57.
And then we'll finish the day in his final game against Chris Hurd. So Rhys Colley gets through this game. I think he'll be thinking
96.
5 out of 5.
Yeah, the luckless Chris Hurd, he's got at the end of the game, end of the day, that he would fancy chances. So
100.
this is a big game
Justin
for a
required
statement of intent of the group for
126.
me.
$96. Rhys requires 97.
So it's a 20 going for the ball, but 97 here for Colley. Double 10. Oh, lovely jubbly.
Game shot in the first leg. Rhys Colley.
Right in the bottom corner.
Yeah, lovely jubbly because of that reason. That could have easily gone into double 15
Second
as well.
leg,
And
just into
your
throw
mind
first.
setting aside, psychologist
Game on.
thinking, is it my day?
And I'd actually seen that Justin Hood was on double 15, being a left-hander, that side of the board.
100.
I think Justin would have fancied that as well. So a timely intervention from Colley there.
He's looking good, isn't he? He's, I mean, there's been absolute flashes of brilliance.
97.
He'll want to work a little bit on his consistency as well. I mean, it was only 21 darts, so don't get too excited, Glenn Durrant, but I'm just liking what I'm seeing from Rhys at the moment.
100.
I think this kind of game is not about the averages. If he can just beat his arguably toughest opponent in this group, seeing Justin Hood.
140.
Things are looking very, very good for the Aston Villa fan.
$97. $94. $57.
Yeah, it's a really
Rhys
silky
requires
throw.
170.
Justin Hood's. A lot more power coming from the arm of Rhys Colley.
96.
Just relying an awful lot
Justin
about the rhythm.
requires 147.
Can't be done, so Colley will be back. 76 left. Just double checking maybe there. Didn't particularly want to go up with that treble 20, but the fact he moved across.
131. Reach requires
That was
74.
a stunning last start. This 74 looked inviting. Now it's a must hit. Big dart.
42.
That
Justin
nearly crept in,
requires
Scott.
16.
It did. It was right on the wire, and Hood now has his
Game shot in
chance
the
and
second
takes it.
leg. Justin Hood.
Well, Reese has got one other name, you know, that they know him by. He's known as the Collie
Third
Dog.
leg, it's Reese to throw first.
I'm not sure how I feel
Game
about that.
on. $100.
Yeah, big week of darts generally, Scott. And the
39.
Masters as well at the weekend, isn't it? Obviously 24 players now.
Yeah, this time of year, the comps, the tournaments come
140.
thick and fast, and it's not just the TV ones, it's the ones off the tally box as well.
These top 16
58.
players are earning bundles of money at the moment, but you've got to get that work-life balance as well. You don't want to be unhappy on the road.
140.
Well, you'd know all about the top 16 bundles. That's nothing I've ever come across. So
It's easy life, but you don't realise at the time. And that's what I want to tell people. Don't wish your
44.
time away.
Reese
Don't worry
requires
about
121.
a flight delayed for half an hour like I used to. Collie looks at double 18.
85.
Yeah, and just another stunning leg of dart here from Reese Collie. And Justin Hood is a long, long way back. Don't often get a lot away from him emotion-wise. You can just see him tell himself off for that
90.
first start.
Reese requires 36. Game's on
Absolutely.
the third leg.
lovely
Reese
13
Collie.
dart leg. Could have been a 12. Didn't let it go in his head.
Fourth leg, Justin to throw first.
Justin Hood
Game
now
on.
needs to hit the afterburners to start getting up round what he's been averaging already today. You feel he's got to get up round those 90s to trouble
99.
Collie here.
Yeah, I think you'd be thinking I should have won that game with Suzuki. I mean, fair play. It was a brilliant game, to be fair. And a 2-1 down, he's probably thinking I've been
38.
second best, but if I could just get through this game.
$122.
An interesting dynamic as well. If Reese Collie does win
96.
this game and Makura wins her game next against Chris Hurds, she then goes second.
78. $59.
Sure, Reese Collie's significant other, Izzy, is
100.
watching. If you are, Izzy, I hope you're enjoying what your man's doing. We are. Playing lovely.
60. Justin requires 102.
Just a shame he's a Villa fan.
Well, I wasn't going to mention that.
Hey, Bournemouth made a signing
78.
today, a loan deal. Well, it means Kiefer Moore comes to Middlesbrough, but hey, that's enough for another day.
135. Justin requires 24.
The 2-2.
Game shot in the
Nicely
fourth
finished
leg.
as well
Justin Hood.
from Justin Hood.
Nicely finished. I think Collie's eyes were
Fifth
giving
leg,
me a chance at
Reese
that
to throw
1-1-3 because
first.
it's one of those finishes
Game
when
on.
you're out with a leg. He could have pinged that very easily, but he's remaining focused, remaining extremely concentrated.
140.
He knows he's got the darts. An awful lot to like about Reese Collie today.
His eyes were opening up for that 1-1-3 like dinner plates stood behind Justin Hood there,
99.
weren't they? He looked to really fancy it.
Yeah, I must admit, when my mind then goes to Saturday night as well, and
180.
with darts like that, you'd expect Reese Collie to be there, and he did bring a good contingent down and made some racket. I think my favourite ever group of players was Adam Warner's brought
140.
about 8 to 10 down, and they made noise like 8 to 10,000. They were absolutely superb. So if Reese does qualify, hopefully
44.
he can bring the family and friends down again.
Well, they were from his university thing, weren't they? If I remember
Oh,
rightly.
sensational they were.
98.
He's found out
Reese
how hard it
requires
is to be on that tour.
137.
58 left there, that
83.
big 18.
Justin requires 164.
And bites tongue, and not to moan about it again. Nothing Hood can do about it. Chance for Collie to hold his own.
104. Reese requires 54.
Nicely done. Had he not hit the treble 20, he would have took the 64 off and left a right 100. Collie after that double 10 again, and
44.
not to be this
Justin
time.
requires 60.
Well, he's been second best throughout, Justin Hood. But darts is
Game's
about
on the
timing.
fifth leg. Justin
And that
Hood.
dart at double top puts him in front for the first time in this game. He's itching to get to the hockey, but of course, he's just looking at the screen there as the
Sixth
countdown
leg.
goes on.
Justin to throw first.
And come on,
Game
Reese
on.
Colley's thinking, I've had total control. How am I behind?
41.
So big chance immediately to turn the throw.
100.
And unless a treble is coming, which
42.
it doesn't, he effectively has turned the throw on the first visit, but now you need another treble to keep it. And that's an untimely bounce out.
40.
Why does that happen, Scott, when you suddenly things aren't going for you? When you're going behind, when you're winning, you don't seem to have those bounce outs. Beautiful
No, you
first.
don't. Either you're just a little way behind and they just start falling out.
140.
Just seemed to flower from somewhere. And that was a real cauliflower.
140.
Sorry, Scott.
It's all right. I'm trying to stop myself chuckling here. It wasn't difficult.
125.
He does that. It looks like a lackadaisical last dart. It's just the way he throws a dart, but you can just see the anguish there because there's nothing to separate these two.
125.
Another beautiful game to watch, and we are going down to the wire.
153. 65. Reese requires 96.
It's a bit of a blocker for Reese. Oh, lovely.
76.
Didn't quite execute with
Justin
the last dart,
requires
but great
88.
innovation, great thinking.
A nervous look to see what Justin Hood has. Well, Justin Hood's got a dart, a double 7 for the match. And another
Game,
fantastic
shots,
finish, another
and the match,
exceptional game.
Justin Hood.
These two will be fighting it out at the end, that I am for sure. But the questions were asked about the favourite Justin Hood, especially after that defeat to Mikuru Suzuki. But he answered it very, very nicely. As you can see, Reese Colley dominated that game for majority. Just a bit lackadaisical on the checkout ratio, but a superb finish from Justin Hood. And next up, it is Mikuru Suzuki, and she plays Chris Herds.
So into the last of our third round of fixtures here at the Super Series on Thursday afternoon, and it is a Group C meeting between Mikuru Suzuki and the so far winless Chris Herds, who really does need to get going as soon as possible. Suzuki, if she gets a win here, she'll actually find herself joint top of the table after Justin Hood ended Reece Colley's perfect start. That's left 3 players on 4. She could join them with victory in this one. But if Herds is defeated, then he might even have to go and win all of his remaining games. According to Matthew Edgar's rule of 3, he would already be in the last chance saloon. I wonder if that's how our commentary team see it. I'll hand you back to them. Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durrant.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I think we do. I think losing 3 on the trot at any point in this Group C makes it very difficult to get back up there with only 2 going through from 6. If you lose 3 early doors,
First
you
leg,
really would
Chris
need to
to
win
throw
your next
first.
7 to have
Game on.
a chance, and then your leg difference would come into count. So the Edgar theory is probably one of those that's pretty much spot on.
180.
The winless, and I'd say a little bit luckless at times, Chris Herds so far today. Opens up with a lovely 180. We saw Makuru's last game.
100.
It's Justin Hood. Was an absolute barn burner.
Yeah, it'd be a real test of character here, Chris Herds. I mean, he'll probably just go into this match as a second favourite
41.
based on the back of those 2 defeats. And Makuru just seems to be playing with a bit more of a smile on her face as well. I think she was delighted with that win over Justin Hood. She'll be hoping to take into this game, but not with darts like that.
21.
I did give her a Scottish dog cuddle when we came in this morning. Maybe I squeezed her too hard there on that one.
41.
A few of us had an amazing trip to the Australian Darts Open in
100.
2019, and Makuru was on that trip with us, and her English is far better now than it was back then, but still a nice person to be around as a group, as a bunch that we went with.
Is that
43.
the Heta won it? Did he beat, was it you in the Jim in the semis? Or was it 10-9?
I think there's a phone call for you outside. Yeah, he did beat me 10-9, yeah.
It was the start, because didn't he win the Brisbane Masters the week after, and that was the reason he then went to
60.
Q School. So our Australian Open Brisbane Masters was really the start of it all for Damon Heta, and what a story that's been. I mean, I admire the
43.
whole Heta family very, very much and what they're doing in this game at the moment. They're just doing everything right, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. I do actually remind him every now and again that I made him, and after the 18th time, I think he's looking at me a bit funny now, Glenn. But no, I didn't. He was
Chris requires
he was just a class talent on that
153.
day, and fair play. He's a nice guy as well. Lovely, lovely guy, and we like to see the nice guys do good.
Yeah, I think he did a real
57.
number on Jim, and that was like, whoa, who is this guy? And of course, Carl Anderson, rest his soul, said, no, he is the real deal. But just the fact, how do you travel from Australia to settle here? I guess only
41.
Whitlock's really done that.
Chris requires
Corrin, maybe.
96.
Well, he did well to travel from New Zealand to Australia first, I believe. So
56. Makuru requires 139.
Scrappy start. Would be a fantastic finish. Something's got to happen for Chris Herds, and it's got to
40.
start now. It's been a poor scoring despite the 180. But this has been his problem today.
30. Makuru requires 40.
it's one of those visits that he got further and further away as the darts
Game
went
the
on,
first
and
leg.
somebody
Mikuru
like Suzuki is not going to make a mistake, and she will see that he was getting further away, and then that will give her
Second leg. Makuru to
the
throw
oomph
first.
and the impetus to go and
Game
get that,
on.
which is what she did.
Yeah, I think McKerrow will be also thinking I was getting punished in Group A for those misses and, poor scoring legs. And she might be thinking, hey, I'm in with a chance
60.
here. This is, I mean, there's 4 players in the in-play table on 4 points already. This is a brewing up to the very, very exciting groups here. I've
100.
thoroughly enjoyed the performances so far.
I do love the action of Chris Hurds and the way that he throws, and he like I say, the scoring is usually
100.
right on point, and just whether I wonder if there's a bit of anxiousness when he's going for a double, because it just doesn't look too much that can go wrong with
60.
I just think it's a little punchy on point of release. I'd like to see it smoother.
that. What, because of the acceleration through the throw?
I think so. I just think
And then it comes to a halt.
He's bringing it back nicely, and I would like to see him keep going with that
83.
pullback. So if you just watch the point of release, I just think that's very accelerated, very quick, and I'd like to see it smoother.
And that would be cured by maybe pulling it back just a
96.
touch more. And
get the elevation of the wrist. I'm
Yeah.
holding it out as if the public can see it, but yeah, it's just getting that. Whereas I believe he's throwing like that. There's only Scott Mitchell who can see what I'm doing here, but that's what I would like to see. Just that
100.
elevation of the wrist.
it looks like you're down the fair throwing for a teddy bear, mate. Hit 3 separate darts
81.
on the
Makuru
cards.
requires
There's a funny story there, Scott. I won
158.
this massive banana in Scarborough last year, and honestly, I went to throw score over 9 on this board, and I turned around, and there was a big crowd.
134.
Someone shouted,
Chris
"That's the
requires
first thing you've won in 2 years,
164.
Durant."
And you said, shush, Dobie,
I
keep,
said-
keep it to yourself.
I said it's 3 years.
56.
Chance
Makuru
for Suzuki for a
requires
2-0 lead.
24.
She hasn't been at a blistering best, but she's been the better player.
Game shot on the
And
second
the big
leg.
thing for me,
Makuru Suzuki.
Scott, right now is she's just, remember on Monday morning when we said her strength is the doubles? And then all of a sudden she was just
Third
missing
leg,
double after
Chris to
double.
throw first.
Well, right now she
Game on.
seems to be righting that wrong. Nothing at all wrong with his scoring. That's his second max again.
180.
That's the main positive for Chris Hurds.
Indeed, I was lucky enough I won a massive great teddy in Blackpool once, before I was known
100.
on the darting scene, and the teddy had so much dust on it when they threw it to me, it nearly half killed me. You know, this thing had been there for 12 years.
22.
And yeah, I think it came home and we ended up calling it Boris. But I then started to try and go on other dart stalls, and they were having none of it. Absolutely none of it.
I tried my luck again in Blackpool this year. But
85.
yeah, it was expensive as well. It was absolutely freezing, but I got nowhere near this time.
I thought everything were cheaper up north.
I did. But it was the cold. I've got a mark on my face. I don't know if
45.
it's here or here. I've actually windburn. It was that cold that day. Still with me now. In my famous weather was the day I played Michael van Gerwen, and I got working with the Dutch
100.
TV, and they were like, all they kept saying was cut, cut. That's all I kept saying because of all the noise coming from the fairgrounds and everything. So I was out in this
81.
blistering sunshine for 3 hours, and I looked like Rodney Trotter.
On holiday with his skateboard, knee pads, and crash helmet.
And a big red face.
123.
Super dart from Suzuki.
$43. Makuru requires 93.
And every leg Makuru wins, she can move up a place if this goes. Big win here. It's double 16, you know. A 3-0. That's the first Archie's missed at a
61.
double in this match. And now
Chris
it's the little
requires
fish for Hurds.
130.
He needs something, Scott.
Yeah, he really does. And this would sort of jump start him if he could manage to hit this. He just needs a lift, you feel. That the game is all in there.
94.
He just
Makuru
needs a lift to
requires
get him going and
32.
put a spring back in his step. And all the time that Makuru
Game shot
is
on the
doing
third
this to
leg.
him,
Makuru Suzuki.
it's hurting.
Fourth leg. Makuru to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, one thing I can understand now when you are loss after loss, and after the next 2 games for Chris Hurds have on paper, the most difficult ones as well.
100.
And it's a lonely old place. You think you're trying everything up there. And that, Chris Hurds, I do understand now.
60.
But on the other point, it's great to see Makuru. She's the star attraction this week, the 2 times champion of the world. Just a beautiful throw. We've talked an awful
55.
lot about the Asian throwers. It's as if they've been taught by the same coach. And with that one, I just want that fly going a little bit closer to his
42.
face. What I call the smooth philosophy. That one you don't see as much on the side, but she rotates that dart just as close to
100.
the cheek and the nose, and she throws it from exactly the same point every time because replication is key.
$81.
Well, 4-0 victories have been as rare as hen's
43.
teeth this week. Just the one so far. Makuru Suzuki is 203 points away. He has hit a couple of maximums in this game, Chris Hurds. Like I say, his scoring's been okay.
100.
But a 171 would be nice here.
$60.
Well, I guess when you go to Japan, you automatically start thinking you're going to need plenty of fresh fish.
44.
What's the Portsmouth delicacy that you
Makuru
could be trying?
requires 143.
Good question. You would have thought it'd been some sort of fish, wouldn't you?
Well, I can't see you eating a large donny.
75. $94.
Gives him an outside
Makuru
chance.
requires 68.
Makuru Suzuki. She sees that winning line. She's been here a million times. It's going to be the one dart to double. She's been good on the doubles in this match.
52.
Nicely done, Glenn.
Chris
Nicely done.
requires 80.
I build them up, and that's what they do to me.
Say nothing about Chris here, please.
60.
Oh, not quite. Not to be.
Makuru requires 16.
Yes, that's been the tail of the tape so far for Chris Hurd. Just not to be. But for
Game,
Makuru Suzuki, her
and a
first
match.
4-0 victory.
Makuru
Again,
Suzuki.
huge respect between the pair of them. Tough times for Chris Hurd. He's played 3, lost 3. But for Makuru Suzuki, for the first time this week, she's now right in the mix in this Group C. She puts herself in a good position. Round about the 80 average throughout, but excellent on the doubles. Much better from Makuru. And next up, it's Christopher Toonders against Reese Colley.
Well, welcome back. What an exciting day it's been in Group C. Well, the bookies before today, Scott, said that there were going to be 2 runaway players. It hasn't panned out that way.
No, it hasn't. And I got to say, I've been impressed with Mikuru, who, Justin Hood was supposed to be the runaway favourite here, and she took him down, and that was one hell of a game. And Glenn and I both enjoyed that one in the commentary box.
Yeah, it certainly did. And we'll take a look at the results so far. Still 6 games to play in this group. Mikuru Suzuki adding to that win against Justin Hood with a 4-0 victory over Chris Hurds. He's found it tough going. Lost the opening match of the day. That set the tone really for him. Then beaten by Christopher Toonders. Rhys Colley got a couple of wins in his first 2 games, quite convincing as well. But a kind of the big result might be the fact that Justin Hood bounced back from that defeat to Mikuru Suzuki and got the better of Rhys Colley.
To be fair, Chris, he had to. If he wanted to stay in, we're saying, and we've got the Edgar theory that you can't lose 2 or 3 in a row in this group because it's such a short group with only being 2 days, and it's absolutely correct. And that was an outstanding game from Justin Hood because he wasn't in front of it, to be fair, at the start, and he clawed his way back in, and he'll look back if he goes through tomorrow on that as a big turning point.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good bounce back ability shown there from Justin Hood. He's won here as well before. Rhys Colley, of course, got to the final last time. Do you still see it as these 2 being the players to beat in this group?
Yeah, I still do, but I think Suzuki's given everybody something to think about. Toonders is doing bits and fits and starts as well, and Gilbert, we know that he has, 10 darters in him. So there's still a lot of spoiling to be done, but you would say the way that it started out, those 2 are going to be there and thereabouts for sure.
What have you made of Christopher Toonders so far? Because at the top of the show, you were saying maybe he'll have a bit of a hangover from Group A, but he's had his moments, particularly a really nice double-double checkout down on the 19s.
Well, Glenn and I firmly feel that he's gone back and watched what he did yesterday because he fell off the horse yesterday. There's no 2 ways about it. The way that he was throwing, the way that he was playing, the way he was taking the pace out of his game. And yet the day before he was telling Glenn and I that he loved the faster pace of the game, and that made him more natural. So we're watching him today, and he's not done all that messing around today. He's just got on with it, even when the dart's gone in the wrong place. And we're seeing sort of like the better Chris Toonders today.
Right, we'll finish where we started, and talk about Mikuru Suzuki because, look, she's had a kind of similar week before where she had one good day in Group A, but then couldn't sort of carry it on in Group C. Today, it looks like she might be doing that.
Well, Glenn and I felt that she was really unfortunate on Monday where she lost 3-4 threes, I think, and didn't get a win on Monday. And then she bounced back from that the next day, didn't quite sort of carry that on Wednesday. But today, she's definitely learned, I think, starting at 0. We talk about it all the time, who's it's going to favour the most. And for me, it's favoured Suzuki today that she started on 0. She's in there with a new bunch of lads and she's setting about them.
Yeah, that was a stunning finishing off of a match, wasn't it? We just saw 1-7-4 followed by the finish. Justin Hood missing the opportunity to win that game. Rhys Colley, finally, decent enough stuff to start the day. It looked like he was going to run away with it, didn't it? He played some really, really good darts to set the standard.
Yeah, the Rhys Colley fans will be happy with the way he's playing, but we also know, and I've roomed with him and I've been at World Cups with him, he has this frustrating thing that now and again with 3 darts in his hand, when the leg looks done and over, he sometimes make a mistake. And if he sharpens up on that, he's going to absolutely fly here. But it's not that easy when you're playing 5 games on a trot in one day. It's not like a normal tournament. So, but I feel that if he could just sharpen up on that, he's going to be a definite top 2.
Well, let's have a look at the table as we have played 3 games for every player. Now we see Colley, Hood, Suzuki and Toonders all level on 4 points. Gilbert van der Meijden not too far behind, but we did say in the build-up to the previous match, defeat for Chris Hurds could be fatal. Do you think, even though he's only 2 wins away, is he done?
He's only 2 wins away, but you've got to remember all the guys above him have got those 2 games as well, so they could continue to win and get away from him. I think it's tough for him because he's one of those players, I think, had he jumped and got 2 points on the board nice and early, we'd be seeing a different Chris Hurds play now. And I think the sooner that he can get 2 points, the better, and we'll see the real Chris Hurds. But at the moment, he needs that to happen very quickly before it does get too far away from him.
Absolutely. Thanks, Scott. We may see a lot of movement before the day is out. In fact, whoever wins this next match is going to be top of the table. It's going to be Rhys Colley and Christopher Toonders battling it out to see who is the first to 6 points. I will hand you back to Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, great analysis, Chris. Scott, and really looking forward to this game. Two players who've had their ups today, a couple of disappointing defeats as well. You can just see they're just chatting about the game. Both players on 4 points, and after 2 games, that's very, very acceptable. After 2 wins from the 3. And once again, the motivation here is top spot. The winner of this game will sit pretty. It might only be for a short term, but when they go back to that players area and to see their name at the top, it's a real motivational boost. I have liked what I've seen from Reece Colley today.
First leg, Christopher to throw first.
Christopher Toonders
Game
had
on.
a real nightmare yesterday. I can't think of a better way of putting it. And he's corrected an awful lot of
85.
those wrongs, so he's been so much more consistent. And I thought he was superb in victory against Gilbert van der Meijden. Didn't, the averages weren't stratospheric, anything massive. It was just about him, the way he was playing the game and how he improved that
85.
consistency.
$101.
Yeah, the bookies just had
95.
Reece Colley as a favourite going into this one. But the whole week has just been really tight games.
46.
One of the very few moments of a 4-0 victory. Mikuru Suzuki's put herself into a fantastic position now. Be interesting to see how she can kick on.
140. $94.
Yeah, be frustrated there because the big 20, of course, would have left the big fish. 6 starts and 181, and the perfect start for Colley. May use the bull with the last.
100.
Such a good first marker. He fancied to follow that first start.
88. Reece requires 81.
This would be for a breaker throw. Could be the bullseye he needs. He'll go for the 12 bed, and it is the bull.
56. Christopher requires
Frustratingly
87.
hits the green bit to leave 25. And Toonders, who's getting more
Game's
and
on the
more
first leg.
impressive as the day goes on.
Toonders.
The holder throw 17 data and really showing signs of why he's won a development tour. He's got good
Second
credentials.
leg, Reece to
He's
throw
been here
first.
before.
Game on.
No longer acting like the guy who's here for a bit of fun by winking into the camera and laughing
60.
and smiling. He just sends one of his strategies today is that it's real business. And Scott Mitchell, we have to be impressed with
95.
the consistency today compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the change. It's like I say, yesterday you could quite clearly see the way that
44.
he was going about his business was him stopping him, and we mentioned it in the earlier game that he's quite clearly got on and
55.
gone back, had a little look at what he was doing yesterday, and sometimes that can help a player no end. And he's come back today and
97.
doing what I can only say is totally the opposite in his build up, his walk around, and he's just having more success.
50.
So do you think it's a technical improvement or this mentality where he's not rushing around the players' area saying, if I do this, if I get that, and
54.
that's affecting his game? Because if you remember yesterday when he walked in, he forgot a sponsor patch and the whole day sort of went wrong from there, didn't it?
Yeah, it sure
44.
did. It went all sorts of wrong, but yeah, he's recovered, and that's all you can do.
180. 120. Reece requires 66.
Tops for Colley.
Game shot in the second leg. Reece Colley.
With one dart in his hand at double top. To begin the day, they were just dipping underneath.
leg,
And he just seems to
Christopher
be
to
finding
throw
his range,
first.
which is a
Game
good sign.
on.
And that he's got that sighter, that go-to double.
41. 134.
Averaging over 92 now is Reece Colley.
97. 134.
Nice pickup indeed from the collie dog.
From the Scotty dog.
From the Scotty dog to the
39.
collie dog.
$45.
Why has my mind gone blank while you did an interview with Brian Dawson? Scotty dog against...
Doggy Dawson.
75.
So we both dressed up as dogs in
oh,
in
you
the
actually got dressed
reception.
up as well?
Yeah, we both put pantomime dog outfits on and had a cup of tea together.
Always found him super tough.
85.
I had a decent record against him, but I tell you what, every single one of them went to the wire.
Yeah, me too. He was a dogged character, wasn't he? And
43.
That's what I was going to say.
Reese requires
he,
103.
I think there's a montage of guy 6 or 7 ton plus finishes against him in that game to beat him.
79. $80.
Yeah, strange decision on the last
Reese
one there.
requires 24. Game shot on the third leg.
Just doing the
Reece
right
Colley.
things at the right times is Reece Colley. His head could have gone down, but he did walk into that real sucker punch from Justin Hood in his previous
Fourth
game. When
leg, Reese to
we
throw
were even
first.
talking in the comms box about a real
Game on.
potential 5 wins out of 5 today for Reece Colley. But if he can end on the day top of the table with 8 points, you'd have to say that's a job well done so far.
85.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, with the break with
55.
Chris Murphy, that his Achilles heel was that double sometimes, that outer ring with 3 darts in his hand on a combination. He loves
41.
shooting those out, but sometimes he self-confessed that to me while we were rooming together. He said sometimes it's that part of the game that lets him down,
58.
and then when that starts to suffer, then his scoring starts to suffer. And I said, you're not the only guy. I think there's probably, I don't know how many listening to this now saying, yeah, that's me. We all do it.
140.
I wonder if there's anything that he remembers. I wonder if anything that sort of Reece has picked up from that time with you, because we do have that
41.
responsibility these days of supporting younger players.
Yeah, it's gone the old adage. It used to be, my dad used to tell me, don't teach somebody your job, because all of a sudden they'll be taking it.
59.
And that has always been a little bit of a way within darts, but that's gone in the last few years, and people helping each other out, and
100.
very much so. But I do like to pass little bits on, but what happens for us is not always the same for them as a player, because they think slightly differently. And
Yeah,
100.
I like that last line. What worked for me might not work for Christopher. I never practiced with anyone throughout my career.
140.
You get players like Gerwin
Reece
Price, where
requires
after 9
76.
darts, he admits he's bored practicing on his own.
see, I'm exactly the same as you. Last thing I want to be doing. I have done practicing with 5 or 6 people at a time,
41.
and enjoyed it. But it's not a
Christopher
regular thing that I've ever done, like a twice a week
107.
thing. No, I'd much rather do it myself, and an hour's practice that way as you, an hour's throwing, not half an hour, and having to be there for an hour and a half because there's 5 of you.
Yeah.
Reese requires 35.
Right, missed out the tops there for Colley. It was a bit wayward to leave the 35, so it's double 16 the route this time.
Game
Colley
shot in the
leads
fourth
3-1.
leg.
And
Reece
we did put the
Colley.
in-play table up there just to show, because there's that scenario here for Tunders. If he loses this game, he'll be in 4th
Fifth leg,
place.
Christopher
If
to
he
throw
wins this
first.
game, he'll be in
Game
1st
on.
place. That's how tight it is in this mid part of Group C.
And we both know that he would know that.
125.
We know that for a fact.
$60. $95. $100.
Yeah, just keeps his It just keeps him involved there, Reece Colley. And the fact that then Toonders responds by going trebleless. It got to a stage there where maybe Reece Colley was thinking of the next leg, but a couple of trebles there.
84.
Been right in the mix. I don't think I'd ever throw any darts away against this player, Scott, because you can ping a 180 in any time, Toonders. But he's also susceptible to, you know, the real lateral drift.
And they're a dangerous player for somebody that thinks about the game.
140.
Because you're overthinking all the time. You're thinking that he's going to go 180 every time you hit a bad score, and you can drag yourself down with that, with your mindset.
102.
Well, that was nearly 127 in game. Paul Hinks will be here on Saturday night. Colley is going to get another dart. No, he is not. Because I've made the cardinal sin that I expected Colley to hit the big 17. And just gets himself together.
77.
And charm life Toonders.
Christopher requires 25.
That's another chance.
Game shot in the 5th leg. Christopher Toonders.
And that was a breaker throw. Oh, no, it wasn't. That was just a hold. So it was a chance for Colley to break throw.
Game on.
So we would have liked to have had a dart at that.
Yeah, this is where the maturity comes in and maybe representing
60.
your country, because your mind can go back to, look, let's not panic. I should be off the stage now. I've had a dart to win it. I've missed the big number to give myself any opportunity. But that dart there tells me still totally focused on the now and the future.
140.
Effectively, he's got to do back to Toonders what Toonders doing to everybody else, and not knowing when a 140 or a 180 is coming. I love the way this fella throws, I really do.
Yeah, we talked about the Masters at the weekend. Scott and
26.
Galen Price has pulled out for family reasons, so hopefully everything's okay. He's one of our superstars of the game. He will be at the Premier League tonight, remember.
96. $70. Reese requires 105.
Beginning of the end. Treble 20.
41.
When you think this man is out. Just when you think he's done and dusted.
Reese requires 64.
He produces a 180. Stereotypical Toonders. But it's double 8 for Colley. And Colley goes top of the table with 6 points. Another very enjoyable game. Loving the respect between all the players. Big smiles again from both players. I think even the referee's enjoying his time today. But Reece Colley has looked really, really good at times today. And them numbers, very reflective of where he's been at. He was averaging around about the 90 mark. Just dipped down to the mid-80s there, but a good performance. He goes to 6 points. Who else? Can Suzuki also go to that? She's up next against Gilbert van der Meijden.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got a few big games towards the end of the day. Of course, this group will reach its halfway stage, and if Mikuru Suzuki can win this match, then she will find herself joint top of the table. She takes on Gilbert van der Meijden, the Dutchman. He's got one win from his 3 fixtures so far today. That came in his opening match against Chris Herds. If he wins, he'll go level with Mikuru in what is turning out to be a very congested Group C. Can Suzuki climb towards the top? Let's see, in the company of Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. Yeah, very congested Group C. Indeed it is. Top 4 all being separated.
First leg, Mikuru to throw first.
By
Game on.
1 win. Suzuki really has a first chance here
45.
to bridge the gap. But with Gilbert van der Meijden, his scoring power has been good at times.
93.
You feel he's going to have to do some of that, because as Glenn and I had just commented that Suzuki's straightness on that little slice of treble 20 pizza is unbelievable. Her ton scores,
100.
one after the other, are pretty amazing to see.
Yeah, right on cue as well, Scott. 4th time they've met this week, of course. It's 2-1 to this man, and quite
92.
simply, it's a must-win for Gilbert van der Meijden. He's showed and demonstrated some real qualities this week, but when opportunity knocks, he doesn't always grab that opportunity, and
81.
it could be just a learning curve, or if he can just get through the next 2 games and get himself the 6 points, he still will give him a chance. His final game, however, is against Justin Hood.
92.
But quite simply for me, Scott, a must-win for the Dutchman.
Yeah, when you look ahead, I see that he has Justin Hood, who has been more than capable, and it's only this lady's been able to stop Justin Hood so
105.
far today. You don't have to be a mathematician or an odds maker to work out he will be under the cosh against Justin Hood.
123. Mikuru requires 117.
Yeah, we just felt that one big average from Mikuru, and that's made the players area just all become a little bit differently. It hasn't gone perfectly well by a long stretch in that Group A campaign, but boy, is she
80.
looking. We talked
Gilbert
about how the
requires
fact that
101.
Haruki won't be in the players area with it, what the dynamic's going to be to this. It's been a good day for her so far, and she can check out in this 90
47.
and hold
Mikuru
the throw
requires
against Gilbert, who's looking
90.
menacing on 54. Oh, that's
Games
unbelievable.
on the first
That
leg.
wasn't happening on
Mikuru Suzuki.
the Group A campaign. The big one, no panic at all. Smash bang straight in treble 19 and hit double
Second
16
leg,
with
Gilbert
real
to
aplomb.
throw first.
Real good
Game on.
moments for that 2-time champion of the world, Mikuru Suzuki.
Indeed, I'm just looking back at some number stats, and
57.
just a couple of ton plus shot outs, a 149 and a 106 this week, but 96, 80, 85, 84, 96 again, and 90. She's starting to,
85.
and those have been in the last couple of days. You know, the first days that just wasn't happening. First 2 days of the week, so we are definitely seeing a
140.
swing in the Suzuki camp as she starts to look at heading to the top of Group C.
28.
I know it's an extremely big ask, but if Mikuru Suzuki did win this game 4-0, she would top the group.
100. $100.
We talk about timing in the game and we talk about varying things like that, and at the moment she's doing all the above.
140. 125. Gilbert requires 64.
No dramas on this 64. Makuru has left a bogey.
44.
Yeah, as the shake of the head is there, the frustration will be there, but Makuru can't finish on this number. So Gilbert will be back.
Yeah, no real harm done, and he's got to leave a finish first.
17.
Just
Gilbert
about
requires
manages that with a
20.
treble 15.
Game shot in the second leg. Gilbert van der Meijden.
Yeah, we're all level now. Makuru will just want to put that one to bed. That's her worst leg of darts for a
Third
while.
leg. Makuru to throw first.
See, she's in deep
Game on.
concentration there right now. She's just trying to get back to that level, that focus. She knows he has the darts, but she won't like that one at the moment.
Yeah, she didn't open the door
83.
for Gilbert van der Meijden there. She opened the double doors and said, come on through.
60.
Needs to find her range again. Find that stock. Treble 20. One that you have in you when everything's falling around you. You've got to have
85.
that stock treble 20 in there. You've got to have a place you go home to find comfortable. And I know that sounds really weird, but all the top players do.
140.
No, it doesn't sound weird at all. What I call the hand alignment. It's where you've just got to give yourself a moment and think, that feels perfect there. Like I say, she has that movement across the face. You can see where she then hits that stock moment. Smacks it straight in the treble 20. Then she's thinking, why on earth was I going into the ones?
134.
Once again, super setup play. This time from Gilbert van der Meijden.
46.
Yeah, we talked an awful
Gilbert
lot about the
requires
impact if Makura wins this
167.
game, but for Gilbert, he would then go on to 4 points, and that would send up what he would see as a blockbuster final game against Justin Hood.
83. Makuru requires 147.
But for sure, definitely the best day of the week this has been from the whole quality, and I think it's bringing on the game of Makuru as well. I say she'll be very frustrated with the past couple of minutes of them darts
41.
going into the ones. You can just
Gilbert
see the
requires
shoulders sag
84.
there. Chance here for the Dutchman.
A very good chance here for the Dutchman. Double 6. Oh, he's
No
bust it
score.
all the way back.
Makuru requires
To 84, so
106.
chances for Suzuki. Treble 18. It's just next door. 74 left. She could go back at the treble 18, or she'll come across to the 14s.
43. Gilbert requires 84.
Deja vu.
78.
I think he'd have rather bust than
Makuru
left double
requires
3.
63.
Yeah, it's been very typical of his week. It's also been typical of the way Makuru's played the past day and a bit.
She'll go 18s for double 16. It's the way she goes.
Game
And away
shot
she
in the third
goes.
leg. Makuru
Again,
Suzuki.
we were talking about those little shots out, the 85s, the 80s. The 63s are equally as
Fourth
important.
leg. Gilbert to throw first.
Yeah,
Game on.
I think I've based my whole commentary around that. I think it's the hours and hours I think about learning to hit them types of
85.
finishes. So when it does come to moments like that, because she was never in that, like, and not only does she win the leg, but Gilbert will be feeling absolutely devastated right now. I mean, he should be 2-1 up. It feels like a bit of a double whammy.
60.
Yeah, it does. And he's a good 14 points averages in the averages higher than Makuru at the minute.
180.
that'll just make it a little more.
That's the psychology of the game. He's just patting his head there saying, I know I can do this. Why am I not producing it more often?
125.
Yeah, Makuru nearly produced a back at you, babe moment there.
60. $100. 100.
Nice and steady, but you can see Makuru just looking at the scoreboard there because 76 it's that classic 50-50. He's going to get a dart or W would expect. So you think if I can just put the pressure on, which he certainly does that.
121. Gilbert requires.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that second dart. It was a bit of a flopsy dart, wasn't it? Gilbert will not be disappointed with that treble 20 dart.
72.
He will be with the last two.
95.
Yeah, 1 from 9 on the outer ring now for Gilbert. He's been mopping these up. You may stay on double 19s. Lots of options. Double 8. Oh, wow.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Oh, wow, that hurts.
Mikuru Suzuki.
Gilbert van der Meyden will be thinking, how on earth am I 3-1 down? And someone once
Fifth
said,
leg, Mikuru
doubles
to
for
throw
door.
first. Game on.
I mean, he won a lot of jewellery doing that. I love it. I tell you, 63
100.
and 95 respectively. Give it Makuru this 3-1 lead.
140.
But if I was in Van der Meyden's boots here, I'd be thinking, I'm being a touch unlucky here. I've just got to continue to do what I do and not miss.
139.
Yeah, the only difference, Scott, is that.
Yeah, absolutely spot on, Glenn.
86.
Messi go to the 18s now. He's not one to drift. I hope she doesn't stay out in the 20s this time.
91.
Yeah, some of her decision making and board management hasn't been the best this week.
$105.
Nice bit of board management there from Van der Meyden. $91 left. So treble 17, maybe the shot, or is she going to stay up there and fill it up?
131.
Outstanding finish. Honestly,
Gilbert, you require
lovely, lovely.
170.
And they drop in when you're 3-1 up. They don't drop in when you're 3-1 down.
And 170s don't often go when you're 3-1 down.
145.
I think that 3 darts
Makuru,
sums
you
up his
require
week
40.
in his Group C campaign so far. But for Mikuru Suzuki, it's 3
Game,
wins out of 4.
shot,
She is
and
having a
match.
fantastic
Mikuru
day today.
Suzuki.
For Gilbert van der Meyden, be thinking, is that the end of the road? Because he's got a very, very tough final game. But for Mikuru Suzuki, the star of the show this week, remember, she's now showing the kind of form we were hoping for. Again, look at the losing average there, 95.37, but 1 from 10. It was in his hands. 4 from 6 for Suzuki. That was the difference. And next up, it's Justin Hood against Chris Herds.
Well, before the break, Mikuru made her move. Suzuki has gone to the top of the table, level on points with Reese Colley. 3 wins from 4 matches for the 2-time women's world champion. And the question has been asked of this man, Justin Hood, who is looking for a victory to get himself a share of the lead. If he wins, he'll be on 6 points himself. Chris Hurd, so he's had the opposite kind of day. No wins from his first 3 fixtures, and it is turning into a bit of a nightmare day for him. Can he halt the slide and start to collect some points to take into tomorrow? Let's find out. I'll hand you back to Glenn and Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. If he's going to try and halt the slide, Chris Hurd, he's
leg, Justin to throw first.
ticked a really tough game to try and do it, is all I can say. Justin Hood has been super solid. He was running 94 average after his first 2 games
96.
today, and he's going to be one tough nut to crack, I think.
Yeah, we did mention in his first game that we had Jim Williams watching on. I've also had
59.
a message from Jim's good mate, and no doubt Chris Hurd's good mate, Jakesy. He's watching on, cheering him on. It hasn't gone ideal at all for Chris Hurd. I mean,
85.
the information and the numbers that we had before is that there has been that slight dip in form, but we've seen that 1,000 times here on the stage where people are inspired when they get back there and they
100.
suddenly start producing the best darts. But been a tough all day for Chris.
They're not a million miles apart, these guys. In
140.
country. I wonder whether they'd locked horns before and whether there's some good sort of wins for Chris Hurd maybe against Justin Hurd. I don't know.
41.
Yeah, I don't know about, and you know Justin more than I do. I just sense he's not one for looking back, looking at numbers, looking at head-to-head rep. I just see him looking at this next start, and it's a great trait to have.
Yeah, no, he doesn't look backwards even from the 3 darts that he's thrown before. You know, he
131.
it's
Justin
gone now,
requires
and
46.
he's heading for the 46.
$14. Chris requires 170. $58. Justin requires 32.
But hold the throat.
Game on the
Nicely
first
used.
leg.
The dart
Justin
before.
Hurd.
Lost the flight there in the process.
Second leg, Chris to throw first.
But that's the
Game
difference
on.
between the types of flights we see at the moment. Some of these harder flights don't come out and they divert the dart.
100.
Justin Hurd has a setup that flight just, the barrels just slide down each other and the flight pops off.
100.
On those situations when there are tight darts, that is a good trait to have, to let you slide
59.
past one another nicely.
$100. $58.
Yeah, just a reminder, we are back at 9:45 tonight. And first time we're going to see on the MODUS Super Series stage of Joe Mernon
100.
complaining about his journey down yesterday, Scott. I said, try living in Middlesbrough, sir. Ryan Harrington, I think he's an interesting one. You're not getting an awful lot of stats of where his games are, but very, very difficult
40.
to beat is Ryan, and he could be a bit of a wild card tonight. And Harry Gregory, in good form. There's a young man. Looking forward to seeing him play.
57. $80. Justin requires 144.
Tidy up from Hurds there to leave us shot.
$56.
Yeah,
Chris
just a little
requires
sign of frustration there from
164.
Justin Hood.
44.
Tough
Justin
day at the office for
requires
Chris, isn't it?
88.
The frustrating thing for him, he's not miles away. That's the point. If you're 3 inches above the treble, frustrating.
Game shot on the second
And
leg.
Hurdy has done that
Justin
already
Hood.
today. 88 that way on double 7. He did it against Reece Colley earlier.
Third leg.
It's
Justin
almost
to throw
apologetic,
first.
Scott, wasn't it? The way
Game
the
on.
double 7 went in, he just sort of scratched his head. And like you said, he's probably feeling for his opponent at the moment, but you've got to be just focus on your
41.
own game. It's quite as simple as that. It could easily turn at any time.
And it is difficult in that back room because you do form a camaraderie
60.
and you don't want to see players getting beat game after game. And you're in the back room encouraging them, and then you've got to come out and smash them. There's no other way to it. And then go back in and say,
24.
mate, you're nearly. It's hard. It's a hard one. It's particularly when you've got 6 in the room and.
Yeah, in a match like this, I used to
100.
just try to run my own race as if I was practicing on my own. We have talked this week about the way players practice. When your opponent is struggling, you can. Again, he's averaging the low 70s here as Chris. He knows he's much, much better than that. I was talking to Jim Williams this morning. He's
60.
practice with them. He's, big scorer. So he's played in that Super League team with him, played with County Dart. He knows him inside out. And if he is watching, maybe he can give an assessment of
42.
how Chris has done today. But the belief just seems to be sucking out of him right now.
Yeah, that accelerated follow through is where the
28.
problem lies for me with the throw. But he's got to start getting that one and aiming it above the treble 20 because the size of the barrels, the way that they land, he can then use the first dart to good effect.
58.
Once it's underneath, he's just not able to do that.
Yeah, totally agree.
100.
I mean, in the short term, it's effective. Good ton there. But I just think there's a quite straightforward adjustment. I'd love to see how that would work with his game there. But it just feels like there's a bit of
40.
fear,
Chris
a
requires
bit of panic when he's about to throw
153.
the dart. It's a very, very risky.
83. Justin requires 156.
Did we ever see this finish? Because I think we've seen about 20 attempts.
No, we're not going to see it today either. No, I don't think we have
66.
yet this week.
Chris requires
We've seen
70.
a couple of double 18 misses. And
38.
again, that is just so
Justin requires
unlucky. And on a
90.
day when you're down on your luck, that happens. And then he'll pop the ball.
43.
Didn't read the
Chris
script there,
requires
Hoodie.
32.
Yeah, come on, Chris. Get yourself on the board. Double 4 needed. Belief has
24.
gone.
Justin requires 47.
He's hoping it's going to go in rather than telling it it's got to go in.
Game shot on the third leg. Justin Hood.
Yeah, and I don't think Justin's getting any satisfaction out of this game, apart from the fact it's 2 points. He's way below his average.
Fourth
He's watching
leg.
a good
Chris to
friend
throw
and opponent
first.
struggle, and you can
Game
see the
on.
shake of the head there. Yeah, his last match, Chris Hurst, was that 4-0 defeat to
140.
Makiru Suzuki. It could be 9 legs on the spin.
60.
You just want to see the end of the day now, don't you, Scott?
Yeah, you do. And I
57.
feel he'll come back sort of a more relaxed player tomorrow because he's done all the trying and the huffing and puffing, and that hasn't worked. So at some point you have to
100.
find a place where you're throwing with freedom and you're throwing 3 at a time. You're not thinking about the next 3. You're not thinking about the last 3.
45.
He just held himself together because he fancied throwing that last dart and just smashing it in the dartboard. He just kept himself together, kept professional. And
134.
you can just see that stem's wide open to Justin Hurds. You could see that flight go on the floor an awful lot. Change of tactic here for Hurds. 182 left, so 18's a bolt is the only option. So he is thinking up there, which is a
31.
strange thing to say, but your mind can be a mush when things are not going right, Scott.
Can go particularly fuzzy up there at times.
137. Chris requires 128.
It's always hard when you're trying your absolute hardest.
80.
And your opponent just seems to be waddling on up
Justin
there and
requires
lobbing them up
70.
and everything going where he wants it to go.
Well, he'll want it to go in double 8. And in super quick
Game,
time,
shot,
Justin Hood
and the
wins
match,
4-0 against the
Hood.
luckless and disappointed Chris Hurd. You can just see there, it's not easy for Chris Hurd right now. He'll probably gets support from Justin Hood when he gets back and a little pat on the shoulder there. But Justin Hood's got to focus on what he needs to do. He puts himself in a fantastic position. He goes top of the table and he wins 4-0. It's the final games for all the players coming up, and it's Mikuru Suzuki up next against Christopher Toonders.
Hello again, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where there are just 3 games to go on the opening day of Group C action on this, the penultimate week of qualifying for Champions Week. And here's a recap of what has happened so far. As you can see, it's been a difficult day for Chris Hurd. At the last result of the day, they're going down 4-0 to Justin Hood. Before that, Mikuru Suzuki getting a 4-1 win against Gilbert van der Meyden to make it 3 victories for her. And Rhys Colley, he did the same with a fantastic 4-2 win over Christopher Toonders. Here is the winning moment from that match for Colley, taking out the nice 64 checkout to make it a hat-trick of victories. Toonders is going to be back in action next. He's actually going to take on Mikuru Suzuki, and what a day it has been for her. The 2-time world champion has produced some magical moments so far, including a couple of really good checkouts in that previous match. The win against Gilbert van der Meyden saw her rescue this 90 finish with a fabulous treble 19 to double 16 combo, and then she went on to take out 95 as well, to go 3-1 up in that game and she went on to win the match as well. So Mikuru Suzuki making it 3 wins of her own and looking like she really is in contention in this group. And we can show you the table just to confirm that. She is on 6 points along with Reece Colley and Justin Hood, who got that 4-0 victory over Chris Hurds before the break there. He looks like he's out of contention. Gilbert van der Meijden is going to have a lot of work to do, but Christopher Toonders can join the party if he can get the victory against Mikuru Suzuki in this next game. So without further ado, I will hand you back to Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell to guide you through it.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. Yeah, well put. We commented earlier today that Mikuru Suzuki had changed her darts from the start of the week. She was trying a new set at the start of the week, and she's returned to her old set. Not that she didn't like the old darts, she just felt she wasn't quite ready to be using them yet. More practice needed. I think the change of darts has brought a change of success for her. It's midway through Tuesday that she changed, and then
First leg, Mikuru
got a
to
couple of
throw
wins on the
first.
board. And
Game on.
Chris Toonders, we've been saying all day we don't know which Chris Toonders is coming. I don't think he knows which Toonders is coming, but we know which Suzuki is coming. One that stays
140.
nice and straight on the treble 20 slice of pizza, and she
125.
records ton throws. They are going out of fashion.
Yeah, we're speaking very positively about Suzuki, but I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but she has played
28.
Toonders 3 times already this week. And the head-to-head is 3-0 to Christopher, so maybe he just likes the pace of playing Mikuru. It'll be a different
42.
challenge for him in this group because of all the rapid players that's there. But what a fantastic day it's been for Mikuru, and a win here will put her on 8 points. And like I said, without showing too much bias,
100.
it'd be fantastic to see her here on Saturday night. And don't forget, you can be here on Saturday night. You do create that extra special 10% for the
81.
players by being here. It's a fantastic place to play darts, and you know, when we've got a good crowd in here, simply scan that QR code. Here's a small booking fee. Or get yourself over to dartshop.tv, and there's a few
84.
tickets available for the Champions Week final as well. So just check out that, and hopefully see you on Saturday.
57.
Got some
Mikuru
really
requires
exciting stuff going on.
149.
Some special weeks as well, and I'm going to be in the comms box for the double start, double finish, best of 5. So lots going on here. So come and join us.
86.
You don't often see her miss a big number, that's for sure.
No, you never know. You might even meet a 3-time world champion Saturday night if you're lucky.
95.
I'm down to
Mikuru requires
19.99
63.
instead of 20 quid for the photo.
No, I thought Ben Ainsley was coming in, the old sailor.
The 45 left. That just shows you,
Game
Scott,
shot
how
in the
much
first
she likes a
leg.
double 16,
Mikuru
because the way that
Suzuki.
first start was sat, that hitting the big 13 was half the battle there, but what a difference to see
Second
the
leg,
way with
Christopher
one dart in
to
her hand,
first.
how much he's been
Game on.
pinging that double 16 in today. That's been one of the reasons why, at this moment, that's what the in-play table looks like.
140.
And I have to say, it was her go-to double for a couple of days there, wasn't it? And she was having relatively no success on it at
60.
all. And now she seems to have it zeroed in. And we questioned yesterday about her coming into Group C and Muramatsu being in Group B and then being
57.
separated. And maybe, just maybe, it's helped her a little. Maybe concentrating on herself rather than having only one other person in the room that she could talk to.
81.
She's probably got no other people in the room to talk to now, and that could be working for her.
Yeah, we're not privy to see the players area here at the comms box.
134.
We used to have them next door to us, and if we couldn't see them, we could certainly hear them sometimes. But whatever's happened today, and it's good to see. It's good to see that smile on Makuru's face, because
60.
it all
Christopher
stemmed for me
requires
from a 149
170.
finish on Tuesday. But here comes Toonders.
Who has already done a
84.
170 this week. And he was having flashbacks and deja vu moments, and he's back to having a little royal smile to himself because he didn't get it. But even for a young
100.
man like Christopher
requires
Toonders,
86.
to be here playing Mikuru Suzuki, who he would have watched win world title. You know what I mean? It's just, this is what the Super Series brings. It brings the
70.
generations of dart players together.
Yeah, and he sounds like he's a dart fan as well as a dart player, doesn't he? And yeah, it's probably a pinching moment when you go into the players' room. A few players have said that when some of the real legends have been
80.
behind there. But it's business up there yet.
Christopher
He has a
requires
chance
16.
to level up at 1-1. He's got this fabulous record against Mikuru this week, remember. But you just
8.
sense it's a different Suzuki today.
Mikuru requires 120.
She's probably planning an attack for the next leg, and she has Shanghai for 2-0.
Staying straight is the bit with the first one. She tried to use that, didn't she? She tried to use it
60.
to get that
Christopher
second one in the
requires
treble, but
8.
it wasn't to be. So Toonders now on double 4. He's chasing round the board, chasing up to Madhouse.
6. Mikuru requires 60.
I don't think we've said this week that Makuru's had a charmed life, but
Game
right now
shot in the
all she
second
is doing
leg.
is mopping up the
Mikuru
scraps.
Suzuki.
That's just another one where her opponents are missing, and she's saying, "Thank you very much."
Third leg, Mikuru to throw
Absolutely.
first.
I mean, go back to that
Game on.
thing about Toonders going into the room with Suzuki. Do you remember the first rooms that you were in? And I remember being in a room, and there was must have been the Players
100.
Championships maybe, and I'd won a game or two, and managed to get on the stage. And I was playing Johnny Clayton, and I was in that room, and it was only a couple of years ago. Glenn. I'm not talking about when I was a spring chicken.
I was on board 8, playing Danny Noppert when you were playing Johnny Clayton on the big stage.
And I'm sat there, and it was Gezi, it was MVG, it was
Minehead, wasn't it?
yeah, and it was just one thing and the other, and I'm sat there with Ryan Meikle, and I'm like, what am I doing in here? Well,
Yeah.
it was just madness for the pair of us.
Yeah, I think I talked about it earlier this week. My moment goes way back when Phil Nixon, God rest his soul, walked into the Cleveland Open. And one of our co-commentators was also there, Chris Mason.
62.
He was doing some work, I think, with Paul Lim that week. And like I said, I just think when I saw, a guy who'd just been playing on the World Championships against Martin Adams.
41.
Yeah, I had the same with Phil Nixon, to be honest. I was in a guest house in Bridlington, my first British Open, maybe 2008. And and he came down and sat opposite me.
137.
All right, mate. Yep. And sat there and chatted with him, and what a funny man.
140. Mikuru requires 62.
It was a strange decision with the last start there from Suzuki. The 19s would have left the 60 finish, which she's just had. And some of the decision makers been questionable, but usually this hasn't been.
46.
She fancied that, didn't she?
Christopher requires 80.
Yeah, that was a look of disappointment on her face there, and Toonders now fancies this.
Game shot on the
And takes
third
it.
leg. Christopher Toonders.
That's a breaker throw and gets himself back in the match, but do you believe that he's back
Fourth
in the
leg,
match? Do you think
Christopher
he
to throw
believes he's
first.
back in the match now?
Game
He's on
on.
throw. You and I would look at this and go, well, we're back now. I'll just hold me throw in 15 darts and that'll be that.
Yeah, the Christopher Toonders from yesterday is long gone. That's the positive
60.
for him today. But I've got to go back to that 199 finish that Mikuru was on 2 treble 20s to leave 79. She's just finished on 60 as well. But
140.
in total control. But Toonders definitely much better today.
140.
And we're talking about potentially Suzuki being top of the table overnight, Scott. But if Christopher Toonders wins this game, he joins Mikuru on 6 points alongside Justin Hood and Collier. It could be an exciting finale.
81.
Yeah, the 6-point club would make it really good for us to watch tomorrow, but not so good for a
100.
player to be playing in.
Well, I think he'll let everybody know, won't he, what's going on, Christopher Toonders.
I can see him out there now. Well, if you beat him and then I beat her, and then she beats him and then I beat you, will it all still be level?
140.
I'm trying to think if Kevin Painter had been in that room. I think he'd have got him told to shut up.
I had a chat with Kev last week at the
19.
seniors. There's a seniors tour event this weekend, of course.
140.
Yeah, I was booked for an exhibition last night, and Kevin will be there, New Toxeter. Trying to persuade my co-commentator to come and join us.
33.
I don't know whether I can spell Utoxeter for me sat nav.
Yeah, I did ask him where it was. I said yes, and then I said, where is it?
140.
Sounds like it should be next to Exeter, but I'm going to show you it's not.
107.
For a 3-1 lead. They made a bit of a mess up with the setup with this only score of the 33. Will she pay for it? Because Toonders has hit a 140 to leave a 2-darter.
47.
Suzuki was looking good for a
Christopher
3-1 lead.
42.
And all of a sudden, Toonders staring down the barrel of 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Christopher Toonders.
Oh, aye. You like that? You like that a lot. Lovely little fist
Fifth
pump
leg.
there.
Makuru to throw first. Game on.
He is one determined cookie today.
Yeah, this is where experience comes in for Makuri. Just regathers her thoughts. For the first time today, just dodgy moments for her.
45.
Toonders can't wait to get to the hockey.
125.
Momentum is definitely with Toonders. There's no two ways about it.
100. 96.
I think Toonders will get a better night's sleep. I think he'll have been one
45.
frustrated individual yesterday. It was a pretty bizarre performance from him, from a man who'd won 5 out of 5, remember, on Tuesday.
90.
This is incredibly impressive right now.
Yeah, very much agree with that statement, Glenn. Very much agree with that. I think pretty able to turn this one round and end up on
100.
points. He will have a more positive night's sleep as well tonight.
For Makuru, she's put herself in the mix, but there could be an element of what
100.
might have been if she loses this game. Good set of play required here.
100. Christopher requires
None of those
90.
tons to keep her in touch.
60. Makuru requires 111.
Well, it's been very typical that this is the type of finish she's likely to put away, but she needs a treble-double combination. Gets the treble, tops. Oh, what a
Games
finish.
on the fifth leg.
What a player.
Makuru Suzuki.
She is not 2 times champion of the world for absolutely nothing. This is a rejuvenated player today.
Sixth leg.
Not an awful lot of
Christopher to
comeback,
throw
nor
first.
really emotion, but
Game on.
inside she will be breakdancing.
140. 60.
She's only hit the 3 ton-plus shots this week. But
100.
149, 111 and 106 have all been at important times, but she has then hit, we said earlier, 92, 96, 85, 80.
100.
90, 63, 95. Those tidy up shots
94.
win matches.
Yeah, and she will have the dart on the last leg if it does go the distance. Remember, she hasn't beat Christie for this week. This is the best opportunity she's finding that treble with real ease at the moment. Partly is thinking, let's just keep him for the last leg. Don't
Christopher
throw too
requires
many away.
167.
Toonders has been superb in this leg so far.
And she has lost 4-3 on 2 occasions
97.
to Toonders. Week.
100. Christopher requires 70.
Another 11 scores of 100. I think she'll have broken records for that score. Double 16 to Toonders.
38.
Well, she had a
Makura
149
requires
finish earlier in the week, which was the
141.
beginning for her first 2 points of the week. She's kicked on since then. This would supersede that.
$89.
Just had a little look at my stats, and those 2 4-3 losses were when Mikuru actually
Game
had the
on
throw.
the sixth leg. Christopher Toonders.
Biggest leg of the week for Makuro.
Seventh
Definitely.
leg. Mikuru to throw first. Game on.
Remember, if Makura wins this match, he goes top of the table. If Christopher, he will join and make 4 players on 6 points.
140.
What a start.
Dream start, a dream opening start for Suzuki, but this boy does seem to play the player, and you expect him to come back at you.
83.
Yeah, very unlucky, wasn't it, that treble one? Or a flicker of emotion. Like I say, a staggering amount of scores of exactly 100. And what you would give for that right now? Single treble.
60.
Look at the score there for Toonders. Definitely needs a treble.
45.
Advantage Suzuki.
See, I'm a firm believer in hitting 60 sometimes is better than 85 because your opponent thinks, oh, you're there and thereabouts. Whereas an 85 show you've gone a little bit wayward. And I think that was a prime
60.
example there where they're straight 20, 20, 20 did affect. But you can't do that too many times.
96.
Totally agreeing. A little G up for himself there because 6 started out a treble here for Makuru. Lovely and straight with scores of 60. But she needs a treble. And gets
100.
He needs 2 to get back in it. He's going to get 3.
180. Mikuru requires 141.
Superstar response. 0 emotion from Makuru Suzuki. Oh, that's absolutely
105.
sensational setup play.
Christopher
Toonders
requires
has shown
97.
absolute flashes of brilliance today. Boy, does he need that right now.
57. Mikuru
Right
requires
decision for
36.
him. Suzuki's on a go-to double. It's been a fabulous game of darts. Huge dart.
18.
What a fabulous setup.
Christopher requires 40.
But just fluffed her lines. That's reminiscent of the start of the week for her.
Great game once again. It's 4 wins out of 4 in the head-to-head between the two of them. What might have been for Makuru Suzuki, but she joins, and 4 players are now on 6 points. And let me just say, Christopher Toonders, he had the day that he wanted to forget yesterday, and he's come back, he's bounced back. The consistency's been there. The flashes of brilliance have been there. The friendship is there between them as well. Another very, very enjoyable game in this tightly fought Group C. Nothing to separate them there in the numbers. Beautiful finishing from Suzuki. But Christopher Toonders, he deserves the respect for a big, big win. The penultimate game of the day. It's Chris Herds against Reese Colley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Just 2 matches left to play on day 1 of Group C. And Reece Colley is going to take on Herdsy. Chris Herds, who has had a bit of a struggle, I think it's fair to say, on the first day of Group C. The ADC qualifier not picking up any wins so far. Can he get one here against Reece Colley, who's kind of giving him a bit of team talk, telling him how to do it? Colley, if he gets a win, will be at least temporarily top of the table. He'll be the first to win 4 matches and therefore the first to 8 points. Justin Hood could get to that amount as well. He takes on Gilbert van der Meijden in this afternoon's curtain closer. And talking you through both of those affairs are Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. And for those of you who've just joined us,
First leg,
2 games left in the session, and
game
we've
on.
just missed an absolute cracker of a game between Mikuru Suzuki and Chris Toonders. And Suzuki had 3 darts to win the
100.
match, and she unfortunately failed to complete, and she would have gone top of the group had that happened. Toonders managed to hit
91.
the double of his own, and now we see ourselves with 4 players on 6 points in the table as we currently stand.
58.
Reece Colley is one of those, and he now takes on Chris Herds, who has struggled to find points today, it's fair to say,
85.
and has found today a bit of a struggle to what he usually would.
Yeah, I think Justin Hood and Reece Colley are the 2
81.
people who are most happy at the moment. I think the most frustrated will be Mikuru Suzuki. One, she's played really, really nicely today, but that double 18 chance to
44.
finish the day in 8 points, will she rue that? Really enjoyed the player of the day for me has been Christopher Toonders. The way he's bounced back from
42.
yesterday, the big smiles back on the face, but I think it's all about Reece Colley just about being professional in this game. He's playing someone devoid of confidence, lacking belief. And if Reece Colley just does the
57.
basics right, doesn't start shaking his head as he's doing now, he should win this game. But how many times have we sat here, bottom against top, Scott?
140.
And it's like the person at the bottom is seeing the guy at the top and going, well, you're not that much better than me, and I'm going to show it here. And we've
60.
seen it
Chris requires
3
80.
times, 4 times already this week.
Game shot in the first leg. Chris
Nice
Herds.
17 data for Chris Herds. And look, for the majority, for the neutral, a win for Chris Herds,
Second
who's
leg,
been through
Reece
it
to
today.
throw
You could
first.
just see with his
Game on.
facial expressions in his last game, sometimes it'd be tough to watch. And I think that might have just
100.
reminded Reece Colley that he's got a job to do here.
100. $60.
See, Herds just can't wait to get to the hockey. Maybe just a little bit of composure still needed.
17.
The excitement there, I think, just got a little bit better of him.
$180. 46. Reece requires 161.
Yeah, so much better now from Reece Colley. It's as if that victory there in the first leg for Herds is really
57.
awakened him.
Yeah, mentally you can go 1 or 2 ways on that. You can go, hang on, you haven't been doing it all day. Why are you doing it
100.
against me now?
Reece
And
requires 104.
start to feel down on your luck, or you say to yourself, well, I've got to go back and do what I've been doing, and
80.
it's exactly what Reece Colley has done.
He's so rapid, isn't he? That's the thing about these good players that can go 1 or 2-0 down, but in the space of 3 or 4 minutes, they're back on level playing
35.
field.
Reece requires 24. Game shot in the
Just
second
creeps
leg.
in.
Reece Colley.
This has been a fantastic day, darts, and it just sets up the Premier League very, very nicely. But don't forget, we will be back at 9:45 tonight.
Chris to throw first.
The Group B
Game on.
campaign. Haruki Muramatsu and Carl Sneed will be back from Group A. Really looking forward to seeing Joe Mernon,
99.
Harry Gregory and Ryan Harrington as well. And that battle 3 will qualify from 5. And I think all 5, Scott, will think that that's achievable.
45.
Yeah, without doubt. We felt this was going to be a tight group when we looked at who was dropping in where yesterday, and
82.
I feel equally about that Group B as well. And it's only 4 games apiece each night for that, and you really cannot afford in that Group B to lose 2 on the bounce. And yet everybody has more than the ability to beat anybody. So that's going to be an interesting one
44.
tonight.
$140.
Yeah, and if I'm being unfair about Group A, I apologise, but just at times it just lacked a little bit of quality. It was very. I just think this week has really stepped up to the mark today.
82.
It's been very, very enjoyable. 4 or 5 players really at the top of the game, and like I said, nothing to separate them right now.
100.
4 players on 6 points. But for Reece Colley, he can go away with 8 points and think, job well done.
96.
Something else for you, Scott. His
Reece
first game
requires
tomorrow
76.
will be against Chris Hurds.
Yeah, so a very good chance.
56. Chris requires
Picking
98.
up 4 points, you would think.
Unless
Game
Unless
on the
Hurds
third
starts
leg.
producing
Chris
finishes like that,
Hurds.
because he has not looked like hitting doubles all day today. And from absolutely nowhere,
Fourth
a
leg,
rank
Reece to
outsider
throw
in this
first.
match.
Game on.
Remember, on 0 points is Chris Hurd going into this against Reece Colley, who's looked fantastic at times
100.
today. But a 2-1 to Hurd, it's game on.
Well, it was 80 in the first leg that he took out in 2.
43.
98 in the second, and those are his 2 biggest shot outs of the day so far. Before
57.
that, he only managed 50. Once again, he's now throwing with a bit more positivity. He's throwing a little bit
82.
harder.
$100. $140.
Why don't you get your hair like that for the seniors, like Chris Hurd in pink?
100.
Mainly because I can't grow the beard. Yeah, why don't you do your hair like it for the seniors? Don't start on me.
Call myself Peter wrong.
93.
Nice set of play
Chris
again. These are
requires
2 data.
155.
You know, we're looking for something special from Hurds. We're looking for something very special from Hurds.
117.
He could have had the highest check out of the week there.
Just
31.
puts the pressure
Chris
and the
requires
thought into Reece
38.
Colley, who probably thought he's won this game before a dart was thrown. He's been aggressive on the double 19. No thoughts of splitting. Was that the right
22.
decision? Hindsight's a wonderful thing.
Reece
Chance for Colley.
requires 20.
I agree, but he should have really gone hard at it with the first one. That was a lucky dart, really, that it didn't drop in. That's an unlucky dart, and that's a
Game's on
super
the fourth
finish.
leg.
I tell you what, that
Reece
first dart, his
Colley.
heart will have been in his mouth.
And the 155 wouldn't have been the highest shot out. I
Fifth
made a
leg,
mistake there. There was a
Christopher
170,
first.
of course, from
Game
Toonders
on.
early in the week. So apologies to our fans there.
95.
Big mistake by myself.
Mistake at all.
It's a bit of memory loss,
100.
really, more than anything.
Well, you've got 2 50-plus all-year-olds in it. It's going to happen.
I don't like to tell you, but we've even got heated seats in here. That's how old we've got. Blankets in the corner for our laps if we need them.
100.
I thought it was your flatulence. I like that.
140.
Fascinated now with that. I met Chris Hurds at a pairs competition, which I played
55.
with Jim Williams as well. I was absolutely delighted to represent the family, the Jakes family for that. And
100.
first met Chris there, and Jim said these are the guys to beat. When you speak to him, Scott, it's like speaking to Jim.
Yeah, very much. I had a chat with him this morning before it all kicked off, and yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Oh, that's unlucky. That 161. There's something special, that transition from top to bottom to centre. Well, it was a 1-1-1 finish for Makuru Suzuki, but not for Herds this time.
41. Reese requires 25. 21. Chris requires 70.
The Herds wouldn't have expected to come back here. They'll go 20. And that's double 16.
38.
God, I thought that was going to go in there. I really did. Just really fancied a real magic moment for him there. Again for Reese. That's a little bit wild.
No score. Chris requires 32.
These surprising results just happen so many times here at the MODUS Super Series. Chance for Herds.
Game on the
And he
fifth
takes
leg.
Takes a 3-2 lead. It's only with throw, but now about how Reese Colley reacts to that.
Sixth leg.
It has
Reese
to go down as a
first.
mistake.
Game
having
on.
all those darts, but
If Chris Herds can get over the line and Gilbert van der Meerden can beat
60.
Justin Hood, we have got the tightest Group C going into tomorrow. Please come back on our YouTube channel tomorrow, 1 o'clock, remember. It'll be a
41.
fantastic finale based on the fact that only 2 will qualify from these 6 excellent players.
125.
tried to use those first 2 darts, didn't he, to bang in the 180.
60.
When he gets it right, like many of these
140.
real top players, he just doesn't look like missing, does he?
100.
And he likes playing here. You have players that like certain venues, and
45.
quite clearly he likes making the Saturday night here and enjoys the venue. So it's always nice when you look forward to playing at a venue, even on a Monday night in your league games, isn't it? If you enjoy the venue, it's lovely when you walk in the door and you love it.
$91. Chris requires 160.
Well, for the match is what we can say, not to beat.
44. Reese requires
To go
40.
all the way.
Game on the sixth leg. Reese Colley.
Just taking his time this time. Chris is
Seventh
itching to
leg,
get to
it's
the
Chris
hockey.
to throw first. Game on.
Biggest 3 darts for Chris Herds, and that was a nervy second dart there.
41.
Whole body jumped in the air. He's feeling it, unfortunately. Did Reese pick up on that?
59. 60.
Yeah, no, I really like that last dart. What a chance here for Colley. Grabs it with both darts.
140.
Yeah, super visit from Reese Colley.
41. 92.
Just what you want when you're trying to break the throat in the last one. You want to see your opponent.
139.
About to say to see your opponent struggling, but he's still got the darters, Colley, here. It's in his hands, remember.
60.
Good thinking. Should go downstairs.
80.
Must have been listening, and Julie does. It's the right way to
Reese
go.
requires 150.
Still keeping himself in this.
You want to leave at least a 2-darter. You want to hit the 150. Does exactly
92.
that.
Chris requires 140.
Will he be back?
Just at the last moment there,
Reese
Herds
requires
has fluffed his
58.
lines and made life pretty easy for Reese Colley.
38.
Interesting. This group would be
Chris requires
a
106.
bit wide open if Chris Hertz can check out in this 106. He didn't think he was going to come back. He can still do it with treble 17.
65.
He hasn't been at his
requires
best as Reese
20.
Colley in this match. The beginning of it just looked like he was going through the motions. He put his business head on here at the end.
10.
Bent the blade again, and
Chris requires 41. No score.
You can see the oohs and the
Reese
ahs from
requires
the players
10.
there as well, because there's this gaggle of players on 6 points. Reese Colley has the opportunity to go top of the table. What
Six.
a scrappy last leg.
Chris
I
requires
think it shows the
41.
importance of the last leg. That's why.
Desperate for his first win. You can just see, just needs to focus on the double 16.
$25.
You feel for him. You really do feel
Reese
for Herds
requires
here.
4.
Yeah, the shake of the head for Reese Colley, but he knows the importance of this double. It could be the difference of qualifying for Saturday night. And Reese
Game,
Colley gets
shot,
there in the
and a
end. It's
match.
4
Reese
wins out of 5 for the
Colley.
Aston Villa fan. The man from Dudley somehow gets over the line. It's been a disastrous day from Chris Urge. You can see by his body language the disappointment. But for Reese Colley, he's got to put that to one side, and it's job well done. 4 wins out of 5. He'd be very, very happy with that. However, he will need to improve on his doubles going into tomorrow. The final game of the day sees Justin Hood against Gilbert van der Meerden.
Welcome back. Well, despite a few collie wobbles before the break there, Reese got the job done and defeated Chris Hurds. 5 defeats for Hurds and 4 wins for Reese Colley to go top of the table. But Justin Hood can replace him if Happy Feet wins this final match of day 1 of Group C's action. He takes on that man there, Gilbert van der Meijden, the Dutchman, who's only managed 1 win so far. And he's off the back of 3 straight defeats coming into this one. But nobody thought that Chris Hurds would give Reese Colley the game he did. Had multiple chances to win it. Will we see similar drama in this one? We will find out with your commentary team of Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. Absolutely. We didn't see that coming from Chris Hurds. We know he's got it in him. But, yeah, made Reese Colley go all the way to 7 legs.
First
Maybe
leg.
just go back to that moment where
Game on.
Suzuki had 3 darts as well to beat Toonders, and the group would look a totally different shape than it
57.
is now.
Yeah, and just looking at the numbers for Justin Hood, he hasn't been at his sparkling best today, but that's a good sign of how
96.
good of a player that Justin Hood was. Remember, before the dart was thrown, he was the 4-1 favourite for the week. He'll be a big favourite for everyone. There was a period there where Chris
44.
Hurds could have got over the line. I was thinking it does bring Gilbert back into the equation. But he'll be disappointed to be on 2 points after his first 4 games. Justin Hood
58.
will be a favourite going into this game.
Yeah, and it's taken Mikuru Suzuki with a smidgen shy of a 94 average to
60.
inflict a loss on Justin Hood. And you feel that the other players are going to have to start doing that tomorrow if they're going to harm
121.
Hood's chances of going through in the top 2.
121. 123. 59. Justin requires 103.
Treble 17 the shot.
41. Gilbert requires 160.
I was expecting a little bit more from Gilbert in this
63.
first leg.
Justin requires
Just feel like
62.
a forgotten man today, doesn't he? Seems a while since we've seen him on the hockey. And Justin Hood is not one for reputations. And with finishes
Game
like
shot
that,
in the
why
first
not
leg.
when you can just concentrate in your
Justin
own
Hood.
game? Great start from Happy Feet.
Yeah, just looking like
Second
himself.
leg,
He's
Justin
saying to
to
in his
throw
head, I need
first.
one there, one
Game
there,
on.
and then one there, and then we'll get on with the next leg. It was very fluent, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I mean, Justin Hood has watched an awful lot of Gilbert's game. I
134.
can't imagine that they know each other too well, but like I say, one of the great characteristics of Justin, I just think he thinks it's about his game, and he has quite a refreshing attitude. And
180.
Gilbert, very reminiscent of Christopher Toonders. We've labelled it feast or famine this week.
96. 76.
Well, on 271, a lot of players will start in their 19s. Because he'll go for the bullseye with the last, that's for sure.
83. 140.
Yeah, much better leg here from the Dutchman. There was a breaker throw in that first leg from Justin Hood.
134. Gilbert
Chance to
requires
bounce back here for
105.
Van der Meijden.
52.
That's
Justin
good pressure from
requires
Justin
54.
Hood there on Van der Meijden.
$34.
Couldn't have got any
Gilbert
closer with the
requires
double.
53.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. And these are the types of chances that Gilbert has to take. Double 18. Perfect marker.
Game shot in the
That's
second
all
leg.
based on that second
Gilbert
dart,
Van der
Scott.
Meijden.
It was absolutely perfect. You couldn't see that last dart going anywhere else.
Third leg, Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
I mean, I think for Gilbert right now, he not only does he need to win this game, but run the card tomorrow. So he'll be identifying 6 wins out of
80.
6 to qualify. It's how you've got to think. You've got to just process it like that. I think you have to be immaculate. The 3 loss rule, which we've talked about.
43.
Putting himself in a position because Justin is not at his sparkling best today, that's for sure.
140. 100. 84.
'Once again in that
83.
right-hand corner of the treble 20 for Justin Hood, but then because he's a left-hander, he can work his way back across.
65.
That's the perfect dart for him.
$105. Gilbert requires 132.
What we call the champagne shot. And from champagne
96.
to the big fish.
Justin requires 170. 94. Gilbert
That's fine
requires
from Hood
46.
with the last. Keeps Van der Maiden under pressure.
Game shot on the
Goes
third
back to
leg.
that double 18,
Gilbert
which he
Van
loves.
Maiden.
We know he loves it.
Yeah, when you've hit a double in a match, I think his automatic
leg,
thought was there
Justin to
to
throw
go down to
first.
his double 16,
Game
but
on.
something in the back of his mind said, hang on, you've just did double 18, so why not go for it?
140.
Remember, the big winner here, if Gilbert is to get over the winning line, would be Reece Colley. It could have been also different from Suzuki as well. It's fascinating
58.
group. Very, very enjoyable.
Yeah, Justin Hood inflicting Reece Colley's only defeat in Group C today.
57. 62. 98. 57.
Just a little bit scrapping out, but Gilbert's searching for that treble. You don't want to give this man any opportunities when you're on top. It is going with throw at the moment.
96.
One of his trademarks. Needed.
140.
Nearly talked it in, mate. Nearly
Justin
talked it
requires
in.
110.
72 left, so options on that to leave a 2-darter.
54.
Nothing that Van der Maiden can do about it. He's languishing back on 184, but he can put pressure on it.
43.
Looking good for
Justin
Desmond.
requires 56.
Tops incoming.
16. Gilbert requires
Well, he's given
141.
an opportunity.
It's a big ask, but it's a good start.
89.
Not to be on this
Justin
occasion,
requires
so
40.
Van der Maiden waiting to pounce should this go wrong for Hood, and that's a low scooter.
Game
But he
shot on the fourth
covers
leg.
nicely on the double
Justin
10.
Hood.
Left-handers, double 10. I think we've already been here before this week.
Yeah, just
Fifth leg. Gilbert
no
to throw
reaction
first.
whatsoever.
Game on.
Shaking his head there with his shoulder. Last time I commentated on Justin Hood, he had a real problem with his leg. If I remember rightly, he had a brace on
60.
his leg. Now he's feeling his shoulder a little bit. He openly admits he's not a massive practicer. He's on the back of a long stint at Q School and Challenge Tour as well.
125.
Yeah, brace on his leg, a la Rob Owen. He's another player that has to have one of those.
60.
Yeah, very sums up Gilbert's week. You know, good start, putting yourself in a decent position, but then just goes quiet in a match, and you can't do that, unfortunately, against someone as good as Justin Hood.
No.
60.
But he didn't miss a tour card by much this year at Q School. Remember rightly, it was by a point or two.
121.
Could have helped him out, really.
96.
I had 1 point at Q School. If he'd have had my point, he'd have been all right if I could have sold it or traded it.
Yeah, you could have bid on it, couldn't you?
Yeah, like they do in American football, I could have traded my point.
78.
Yeah, frustrating last start there for Justin, hence the wry smile. It just opens the door smidgen for Gilbert. He has to stay there, or even a 16.
64. Justin requires 81.
Remember, this is a breaker throw. This is a strategy many players are doing, but he's missed the big number.
49. Gilbert requires 161.
And that would have left the bullseye. A fabulous setup there.
129. Justin requires 32.
Will be a decisive move. Well, I'm telling you that this is almost impossible from there.
No score.
Yeah, glanced off the outside of the
Gilbert
barrel.
requires 32.
Van der Meiden here. 16. Poses himself. Does nothing silly with the first.
16.
And after that second dart, you just could
Justin
not see it
requires
going in.
32.
Yeah, we both shook our head, and Justin Hood's got away with one here, hasn't he? Hasn't he? Of course he
Game
has.
on the
Justin
fifth
Hood,
leg.
charmed life once
Justin
again.
Hood.
Reece Colley will be delighted with the 8 points. It could have been oh so different.
Sixth leg.
Justin Hood will be
Justin to throw
delighted with the
first.
8 points.
Game on.
But will the pair of them be delighted with their performances today? That I'm not so sure.
119.
I think it's getting to that stage now, Scott, where I've got to ask your opinion on Gilbert van der Meiden. We can only talk positive about him for so long.
Yeah, look, I still like the way that he throws. I still like the way that he does it. And he
140.
produces chances. If he wasn't doing that, then I would be even more concerned for him. But it's just finishing those chances off, I think.
58.
And when you're poor at finishing, you've got to be super at scoring to give you the opportunity.
Well, he is super at
59.
scoring. And for me, he's got to learn to love what he hates to do, and he's got to really practice those doubles and those combination finishes, those clutch finishes. That's what he should be doing
57.
in his practice routines right now. Like I said, the fundamentals are there. He's now got the experience on this stage that he's searching for. We've waited for that moment for him to really click.
57.
He's put himself in some fantastic positions. It's now looking like if he does lose this one, it's the end of the road this week. But we've seen stranger things happen on the Friday.
134. Justin, you require 126.
It's all on the 19s. It's double six for the match. And what a way to finish a fantastic day of darts. A very, very enjoyable Group C campaign. Get the two big hitters in Reece Colley and Justin Hood. They sit pretty at the top. Justin Hood, 1-2-6 finish there. Treble 19 for the double six. Gilbert van der Meiden just sits on the 2 points now. And that is going to be a big, difficult one to catch from there. But for Justin Hood, he was the big favourite going into Group C. He is on 8 points. Reece Colley sits by the side. Well, that's just a little word for Mikuru Suzuki as well, because those positions of getting to 6 points was really, really good from her. But will she be frustrated with those missed darts? But it was played at a great pace, this Group C. Very, very enjoyable day, and very much all to play for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Glenn. Yeah, Justin Hood, fantastic day for him. We were just chatting, trying to remember who beat him. It was Mikuru Suzuki earlier on. We said at the start of the day, Reece Colley and Justin Hood would be the two to beat. It turns out they have been, but it hasn't been that simple how it's played out, has it?
No, and fair play to Justin Hood. He obviously targeted Reece Colley as being one of his problems, did what he needed to do, went and beat him, but then Mikuru stepped into the place and she went and beat Justin, so that opens the door then for Reece Colley. And you know, I think the two right ones are at the top at the moment. Mikuru can feel a little bit hard done by. She had those 3 darts to be there on the same points, but it wasn't for her. She'll be happy the fact that her levels have come up today, and she's been superb. Particularly her finishing was superb today. Unfortunately, it was that last 3 darts you'll remember.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's just cast our eyes over what's happened today. Here are the results from the 15 matches we played. A lot of matches actually there, Scott, what just jumps off the page. One against the throw, and it shows you how competitive many of the games have been.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be a tight group. When we saw yesterday who was dropping into that group with who was already there, we knew that maybe the ones that have had a bit of a go during the week would then come to the fore in Group C, and that's kind of what's happened with Toonders and Gilbert, although Gilbert hasn't got the points he probably deserved today.
No, absolutely. Let's just talk about the player who's just won on this stage now, Justin Hood. He's been here before. He's won on this stage before. He's kind of made a name for himself here at the MODUS Super Series. You mentioned before, didn't really have a great time at Q School and Challenge Tour, etc. But he's showing his stuff here again, isn't he?
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, with the Q School, if you're tight to getting a card, that's hard to take. If you're not anywhere near it, you don't feel like there's any problem. And he was tight to getting a card this time round. And then when you come out of there on a high and go into Challenge Tour, it's then very difficult to repeat it 1 week later. But you can see that he's in good form. He's in good pomp. He's taken out some good finishes, and he's taken out finishes when he needs to. So that tells me that he's not worried about too much at the moment. He'll go away and be happy with that 8 points today, and I think he'll feel like it's job half done.
Right, well, let's hear what Justin himself thinks of his performance today. He is downstairs talking to Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, Justin, 4 wins out of 5. You were the favourite going into the Group C campaign today. Happy with that?
Yeah, I'm not happy with the way I played, but I'm over the moon. You said at the start of the day I play like that and get 4 wins, I would have snapped your hand off for it.
Yeah, I've got to go back to Q School as well. That incredible disappointment of just missing out. And I just felt there was a little bit of a hangover going into Challenge 2 where you didn't play your best darts. Is that how you saw it?
Yeah, on the first day of the second stage, I played Steve Lennon. It was 3-all. I missed the ball for 170, took 164 out, and it gets to you a little bit. Like, you think it's not your year, and I went to the Challenge Tour. On the first day, I played well. I lost in the last 16 again, 94 average, played decent. But after that, I was just drained. It's a long time to be away. You're away 14 days out of like 18. It's a lot to do.
Yeah, the beauty of the MODUS Super Series, it gives you the opportunities. It's always great to commentate on you, and I think you've got great characteristics. I think you looked really solid today without being at your brilliant best. What's the plan of attack for tomorrow?
Smash everyone.
That's a great attitude to have, and the most happiest thing, I mean, you got to the semi-final here last time I commentated on you. Are you here not to just qualify? Are you ready to win the big one Saturday night?
I'm going to win it Saturday. I need the trophy. The first time I come here, I won it. I didn't get a trophy, so I'm owed 2, so I'm getting them.
A refreshing attitude. Great to see you again, and the very best of luck.
Thank you very much, Glenn.
Yeah, always great to talk to, isn't it, here from Justin Hood. Said that he's going to smash everyone, he's going to win on Saturday. He wants to get his hands on a trophy as well. I mean, most darts players prefer the check to the trophy, but he really wants to lift that one again, and there's no reason why he can't.
No, there isn't, and he showed that today, and like I said, he's been very good when he needed to be today. Who's going to stop him? Well, the others are going to be trying to stop him, especially if they see that interview. But yeah, look, he's a confident man, and why not? Why wouldn't you not be confident when he's playing the way he is?
Yeah, finishing like that, there is nothing to stop Justin Hood. He's really confident, as we can see, and he's top of the table, of course. We'll talk about the man who's going to be his main rival tomorrow, Reece Colley. He did have a few little sort of wobbles, didn't he, in that last game against Chris Hurd, but got over the line in the end for those 4 wins.
Yeah, well, it was one of those games, and we've seen it 2 or 3 times already this week, where even in Group A, where the bottom was starting to play the top, and they just turned them over 4-3, and then that started the movement for the lower player. But today, Chris Hurd, he really did have a chance, and he let it go, and Reese didn't make a mistake. The hardest thing to do is hit doubles when they're going one after the other, because you both want the leg to be over. But he got over the line. He'll go back happy with 8 points, Reese Colley, tonight, and yeah, he'll be feeling the same as Justin, that the day is going to be good for him tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. They are in pole position to be the 2 that come through from this group. But Mikuru Suzuki could have been in one of those spots herself. What will she be thinking now as she heads back to reflect on the date?
Well, unfortunately for her, she did so much right today, and the one thing that she did wrong was her last 3 darts. And as a dart player, you tend to not see past your last 3 darts. And she was taking shots out. Somebody would miss, and she would then go up with 2 darts in her hand or whatever for 16, go bang, bang, and be very assertive. And the one time she wasn't assertive was that very last game where she needed to be. And she missed 3 darts at a double. In the whole scheme of things, if you think about missing that 3 darts compared to what she did over the whole day, well, she did great. But unfortunately, as dart players, we let that get between our ears. We remember those last 3 darts, and it goes all a bit fuzzy in there for a while.
And what about the other 2 players that came in from Group A, in Gilbert van der Meijden and Christopher Toonders? How would you assess their days?
I think they both did well. We saw better from van der Meijden today. He probably hasn't got the points that he deserved today. And Toonders was a totally different player to yesterday. Everything that went wrong, he was huffing and puffing and stopping himself and stepping back and going in. And you and I both know he's an out-and-out rhythm player. So when you stop your own rhythm, you get what you deserve, and that's exactly what he did yesterday. I'm 100% sure he went back, jumped on YouTube, watched his performances, and then realised exactly what he wasn't doing right and wrong. Came back today and looked like he was enjoying himself, like he'd sorted the problem, he knew what he needed to do, and he played like it as well. So fair play to him. Sometimes you have to do your homework, Chris, that way, and go and look and try and work out your mistakes, and he did that very well.
Right, let's show you the league table at the halfway stage of Group C. As we've been talking about, Hood and Colley both getting 4 victories. That's 8 points. Mikuru Suzuki and Christopher Toonders on their shoulder. Are we saying that it's between those 4 players?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are pretty much. I think van der Meijden and Herds have a big say in where it goes. They can now come, throw with freedom tomorrow, try and find something up here so that if they come in the future, they're not leaving here with a sore head and not liking the place. But for me, we saw that it was the 3 ADC guys at the bottom, and if we're fair, they're probably the 3 least experienced of the 6 in the group. And the 3 experienced ones in the group, they're there at 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I do just want to get a final thought about Chris Hurds, because particularly the way it ended for him, just the inability to hit that winning double. How much of a hangover could there be? How heavy could that weigh on him tomorrow?
It could be, but I'm sure he's going to be speaking to the right people tonight. That's what he needs to do. And I think if he goes and watches the last couple of games back, what happens as a dart player is when things don't go right, you think you're 20 times worse than you actually are. When it's happening to you, it's horrible. And then you go and watch it back, and then you think, hang on a minute, actually, I wasn't quite that bad. I don't know why I didn't do that, because, I looked good the throw before, but you're chastising yourself so badly and being so negative to yourself that you do stop yourself. And I think that was probably the case for Hurds in the last couple of games. If he goes back and watches, he'll see that that's what he did. And I think he could come out firing tomorrow, because he has all the ability to go through the day tomorrow. That's what people forget. He has the ability to go through the day.
Thank you very much, Scott. Just a reminder then that we are back this evening, 9:45 UK time. We've got Joe Mernon making his debut, as is the youngster Harry Gregory, and Ryan Harrington returning, a former finalist at the Super Series. So 9:45, tune into that live on Sporty Stuff TV and here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But in a couple of weeks, well, there may be double trouble ahead.